Chapter 2203. AI. Even though I am here, I don't know what to do with the mission that the higher-ups gave me. Dong Jun finished drinking a glass of wine and said with a sad face, "Originally, I thought that since you and Yang Ming had fought many times, I could go back and report some information from you. But it seems that you don't know anything about Yang Ming's special ability." AI. Yeah, this is also the fault of the elder brother. I didn't pay attention before. Elder, you said. However, now you go to Yang Ming to inquire. With Yang Ming's shrewdness, he shouldn't tell you anything. Moreover, after you go, whether you can come back or not is another matter. Yeah, after I go, I am afraid that Yang Ming will keep me here and kill me. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and said, "But brother, you have to know that I'm already here. If I go back empty-handed, I'm afraid I'll be punished even more severely. Impulsiveness is the devil. Earlier, I boldly agreed to brother's invitation, but now, I'm in a dilemma. Dong Jun was originally a person who was good at disguising. If he wasn't good at this, it was impossible to deceive Fong Tian for so many years. At first, he also deceived Yang Ming. It was just that he had been with them for a long time, and he revealed some flaws. However, the opportunities for Dong Jun and Elder Yu to contact were few and far between. The number of times the two people met was limited. Most of them contacted by phone, so Dong Jun's voice was stern at the moment, and he deceived Elder Yu all of a sudden, especially his emotional expression and tone. It made Elder Yu even more moved. Elder Yu had an illusion. That was Dong Jun came to Miaojiang this time, just for him. He came to see him act cool, and he even didn't hesitate to deceive the higher-ups. This made Elder Yu very grateful. Of course, Elder Yu is a very shrewd person, but there were several kinds of shrewdness. In front of Dong Jun, who was good at disguising, Elder Yu's shrewdness was obviously not enough. Now, it could be said that he had completely believed Dong Jun's words. However, it was no wonder. Dong Jun and Elder Yu had always been friends and collaborators, so he would not have too much hostility to Dong Jun. However, Elder Yu and Yang Ming were different. The two had always been hostile, so Elder Yu did not trust Yang Ming at all. Even if Yang Ming said and did what he did, Elder Yu's first subconscious thought was doubt. This was also the reason why Yang Ming had been defeated repeatedly, because Elder Yu didn't believe anything that Yang Ming said and did. First of all, whatever Yang Ming did, he looked at it with colored glasses, so it could only be said that Elder Yu's shrewdness varied from person to person. That's true, but don't worry. Elder Brother will help you think of a way. Elder Yu said quickly, "You came because of my face. Elder Brother can't let you fail your mission. I have to help you think of a good way." "That's great. I really thank Elder Brother." Dong Jun's heart moved slightly after listening, and he said quickly with some joy, "Thank you for what? This is something that I should be worried about. I brought you trouble. If I don't help you solve it, what will I be?" Elder Yu waved his hand and said as if he had taken care of everything. "Then, I won't say thank you. Let's think of a way together. At least, we have to deal with Yang Ming's matter. Otherwise, I will always be on tenterhooks," said Dong Jun. "In this case, I will help you think of a way now. I have a confidant who is a think tank. He is an absolutely trustworthy person around me. Let him come over and help you think about it." "How about it?" asked Elder Yu. "Since it is a person trusted by Elder Yu, what else can I refuse? Let him come and help." Dong Jun nodded and said, "Okay." As Elder Yu said this, he took out a communicator, pressed a few buttons, and then said to the other side, "You come over." "Is this your own communicator? It looks quite fun," said Dong Jun. "Haha. Yes. Our internal mobile phone signal is blocked. Only my satellite phone can call you. Other than that, no one can contact the outside world. This is also to prevent spies from sneaking in." Elder Yu explained. "I see." Dong Jun nodded. While the two were talking, a man came here respectfully, nodded to Elder Yu, and nodded to Dong Jun. He said, "Greetings to Elder Yu and Senior Falcon." "Okay, no need to be so polite. We are not outsiders." Elder Yu waved his hand and said to Dong Jun, "This is my think tank. You can call him Little Think Tank. Little Think Tank, this time, I have to ask you to think of a way for my matter." Dong Jun said this, but in fact, he had been guiding Elder Yu. He had a complete guiding plan in his heart. He could unknowingly guide the thoughts of the two people in his direction. "What is the matter? I will try my best to think of a way," said Little Think Tank. "The matter is like this." Elder Yu told Little Think Tank about Dong Jun's troubles. Little Think Tank nodded and began to close his eyes and meditate. Dong Jun's troubles could be said to be simple, but it was also complicated. "I have a suggestion, but this suggestion is a bit risky. I just don't know if Senior Falcon can accept it." Little Think Tank hesitated and said, "Oh, what suggestion? Let me hear it." Dong Jun asked calmly. "It's like this. We can use a strategy of sowing discord. Let Senior Falcon pretend to look at Yang Ming, and then deceive Yang Ming that Senior Falcon actually came to rescue Yang Ming secretly to gain Yang Ming's trust. Then, in this way, Senior Falcon can pretend to ask Yang Ming what tricks he has. In this way, we can silently get Yang Ming's tricks." Little Think Tank said, "However, for this strategy, we must first let Yang Ming believe that Senior Falcon actually pretended to accept Elder Yu's invitation and actually came to rescue him." Dong Jun laughed wildly in his heart. "This think tank is really a think tank. He actually thought of the same thing as me." Dong Jun was thinking of this trick to see how he could secretly contact Yang Ming, so he did not hesitate to act before to win the sympathy of Elder Yu. However, he did not expect that before Dong Jun could guide him, the little think tank that Elder Yu found was so smart. He said what Dong Jun wanted to say, and Dong Jun did not even need to guide him. But on the surface, Dong Jun pretended to be very embarrassed. "But the key problem now is that Yang Ming has already exposed me. If he had not exposed me before, this trick would have been effective. But now, if I say that I am actually here to help you, not Elder Yu, will he believe it?" Chapter 2204. Yeah, there is no problem with this trick. The key is that Yang Ming must believe it. Elder Yu also nodded and said, "This." Little Think Tank smiled bitterly and said, "I can only think of this. As for whether Yang Ming can believe it or not, and how to believe it, I don't know much. If Senior Falcon allows, then I will be bold enough to say it again." "Okay, you say it." When Dong Jun heard that this guy still had a follow-up, he didn't have to say anything. He quickly said, "Whether you are right or not, it is very valuable for reference." "Yes." Little Think Tank quickly said, "In my opinion, can we let Senior Falcon find an excuse to pretend to reconcile with Yang Ming? For example, he can say that he is actually closer to Yang Ming. So, he deliberately came to visit Elder Yu this time to find a way to help Yang Ming deal with Elder Yu." When Dong Jun heard this, he really wanted to slap his thigh and shout, "Talent, really a fucking talent. My purpose was analyzed by you." However, on the surface, Dong Jun still looked at Little Think Tank with a shocked face. "You don't say. If this trick is used well, maybe Yang Ming will really believe it." "Ah, that's right. Little Think Tank is very powerful. His ideas are often unexpected." Elder Yu smiled proudly. "This method seems to be feasible, but to implement it, how to make Yang Ming believe you? You have to think of a way." "Yeah, Yang Ming is not a fool." Dong Jun thought, "You two fools, really a pair of big fools." "Indeed, but this is the only way I can think of. Otherwise, we have no other way to contact Yang Ming, and Yang Ming can't tell his secret to Senior Falcon." Little Think Tank nodded with a bitter smile. "Only by gaining Yang Ming's trust can he tell all his secrets. So, only when Senior Falcon wants to deal with Elder Yu with him, he will tell his secret without reservation." "Sigh, that's true." Dong Jun nodded. "Elder Yu has fought with him so many times, but you haven't discovered his secret. It seems that if you want to know this secret, you must first gain the trust of Yang Ming. It seems that we have to count on you, Brother Falcon. We don't know Yang Ming as well as you do." Elder Yu said, "Although I can capture Yang Ming alive, it is only because of my tyrannical strength. As for Yang Ming's other secrets, I can't do anything." Although Elder Yu said so, anyone could hear the pride in his words. After all, being able to capture Yang Ming alive was also a kind of ability. To be able to do this is already not bad." Dong Jun smiled and said, "If it were me, I wouldn't dare to say that I could trap Yang Ming, but Elder Yu did this. It's really amazing. Dong Jun knew that the purpose of Elder Yu asking him to come here was to see him show off, so Dong Jun didn't mind complimenting Elder Yu a little more. Anyway, there was no loss in saying good words. Instead, it could make Elder Yu happy. If Elder Yu was happy, Dong Jun could further implement his plan. Originally, Dong Jun was worried that his contact with Yang Ming would arouse Elder Yu's suspicion, so he had to use the excuse that Dr. Benjamin asked him to investigate Yang Ming. However, he didn't expect Elder Yu to call a little think tank. This guy was simply a little fool. The suggestion he made was simply tailor-made for him. Dong Jun, little think tank, you go first. As for how Brother Lying gained the trust of Yang Ming, it is not something you can think of. After all, Brother Lying and Yang Ming have been in contact for a much longer time than you, said Elder Yu. Yes. The little think tank cupped his fist and left. Only Elder Yu and Dong Jun were left in the room. Elder Yu, this little think tank is very smart. You have such an assistant. It could be said that you are a god of fortune. Dong Jun praised. These are all small tricks. Strength is the king. Elder Yu laughed and said, as long as I have absolute strength, then wouldn't Yang Ming still be trapped by me? This is true. All strategies are nothing in front of Elder Yu. Dong Jun nodded and said, I deeply agree. Under Dong Jun's strong flattery, Elder Yu was a little complacent. However, Dong Jun wanted this effect. First, he would numb Elder Yu. Then the next plan would be easy to carry out. Even if Yang Ming said that he forgave Dong Jun in front of Elder Yu, then Dong Jun would not be afraid. This was in line with the little think tank's prediction. At that time, Elder Yu would definitely think that Dong Jun had thought a good way to make Yang Ming accept him. This meal could be said to be a happy meal for both the host and guest. After the meal, Dong Jun went to rest, and Elder Yu was also very excited. Early the next morning, Dong Jun saw Elder Yu again, but after seeing Elder Yu, he said happily, Elder Yu, I basically have the confidence to make Yang Ming believe that I am in cahoots with him. Oh, you thought a good way? Asked Elder Yu. Yes, you should understand that Yang Ming is a soft-hearted person. So, if I make up a touching background story and say some difficulties, probably Yang Ming will forgive me. Then at this time, I will say that in order to show my sincerity, I will work with him to deal with you. So, he will definitely not be suspicious, said Dong Jun. Oh, Yang Ming is a soft-hearted person. I can also see that this guy seems to be very nostalgic. Elder Yu nodded and said, but are you sure? Don't give yourself up there. You know, although Yang Ming is trapped by me, in fact, he is very difficult to provoke. Only a master of Jin Gang voodoo, like me, can make him helpless. But you, AI, sometimes I can only try my best. If I don't do the things that my boss told me, I really don't have the mood to play here. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and said, in short, let's experiment. If it doesn't work, I will run away, but I think Yang Ming should believe my words. After all, I am a senior brother. Even if I don't give face to him, I still have to give face to him. We are from the same sect, that's right. Since you have decided, I won't stop you. Elder Yu nodded and said, wait a while. I will take you to see Yang Ming. At that time, let's do this. Dong Jun hesitated and said to Elder Yu, I will try my best to cooperate and flatter you. This will make it seem like I am deliberately confusing you. Chapter 22:05. Deliberately confuse? Elder Yu is slightly stunned. Yeah, on my side, I will pretend to try my best to please you so that Yang Ming can see a clear contrast. Dong Jun said, Yang Ming is not stupid. He will also use reverse thinking to think about the whole thing. So, I have to do some abnormal actions to make him believe that I actually want to deal with him. Your reverse thinking is also right. Then let's go and see Yang Ming's miserable appearance in a while. Dong Jun's words were to Elder Yu's liking. He originally wanted to show off in front of Dong Jun and let him see Yang Ming's miserable appearance. However, if Dong Jun pretended to reconcile with Yang Ming, then he couldn't be too pretentious. If Yang Ming felt that Dong Jun was faking it, then the loss outweighed the gain. However, Dong Jun proposed a reverse thinking at this time, so Elder Yu was really happy. Not only could he show off, but also wouldn't hinder Dong Jun's plan. It was really good, killing two birds with one stone. Under Elder Yu's order, a helicopter was quickly prepared. Elder Yu and Dong Jun boarded the helicopter together, and the helicopter didn't need to be controlled by others. Elder Yu personally controlled it and flew Dong Jun in the direction of the Medicine Valley. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and others were chatting in the open air when they suddenly heard the sound of the helicopter hovering. This made Yang Ming and others slightly stunned. After all, Elder Yu's men had just sent some living materials a few days ago. At this time, they came again, which made Yang Ming feel a little strange. Why do they send people again? However, Yang Ming and others didn't have the curiosity they had when they first arrived at the Medicine Valley. Now, they had the mentality of taking things as they came. Even if there was a helicopter, everyone didn't have much curiosity. They continued to do what they were supposed to do. Until the helicopter stopped in the open space, everyone raised their heads to take a look. However, at first glance, they were very surprised because Yang Ming and others were surprised to find that this time, the one flying the helicopter was actually Elder Yu himself. Moreover, what made Yang Ming's eyes widen was that Dong Jun actually followed Elder Yu out of the helicopter. Although there was no unnatural expression on Yang Ming's face, in fact, there was a storm in his heart. Why would Dong Jun appear here? How could he be by Elder Yu's side? However, Yang Ming was also a person who could hold back. Although it was strange at this time, he did not ask. If it was before Feng Tian called him, Yang Ming might have thought that Dong Jun and Elder Yu had gotten together and were preparing to join forces to find trouble with him. But now, Yang Ming already knew Dong Jun's thoughts from Feng Tian. Naturally, he wouldn't think that Dong Jun would mix with Elder Yu, because Elder Yu couldn't provide the slightest bit of help to him. He and Elder Yu were undoubtedly courting death by being together. Therefore, after Yang Ming thought this through, he deliberately pretended not to know that Dong Jun had already repented and said in surprise, "Senior brother, why are you here? You aren't here to laugh at me, right?" Although Yang Ming's words were enthusiastic, they were full of sarcasm and sneer. Anyone could hear Yang Ming's dissatisfaction with Dong Jun. Yang Ming's attitude also made Dong Jun's heart relax. Sure enough, Yang Ming did not let him down. Although Yang Ming had forgiven him, at least in front of Elder Yu, Yang Ming did not mention those things at all. Instead, he pretended to be hostile to Dong Jun. Haha, Yang Ming, do you know? I've endured you for a long time, but you've finally been defeated by the wise and mighty Elder Yu, and have been trapped here by him. Dong Jun laughed loudly and said, "Seeing you also have this day, I'm really too happy." Yang Ming was inexplicable in his heart. Is this guy looking for death? Or he doesn't want to cooperate with me? However, these were obviously impossible. Dong Jun was not such a retarded person. So, Yang Ming still said calmly, "You are here to laugh at me? And then mock and ridicule me? Yang Ming, you are now a prisoner, and you are still stubborn?" Elder Yu interrupted at this moment. "You are now trapped here. You should study Jin Gang Voodoo for me peacefully. I invited Lai, Brother Dong Jun, to come here to let him see your miserable appearance. Since you have guessed that he is the person who is dealing with you behind the scenes, then I will let you see who is the final winner of this battle." "Oh," Yang Ming responded lazily, as if he did not take Elder Yu's words to heart. "We are studying other ways to deal with you, and there will be results soon. At that time, I will continue to deal with you." "Ha!" Elder Yu sneered sarcastically and said, "Since you don't know how to live, then continue. I think you won't give up until you see the Yellow River. You have failed so many times, but you still don't give up. You have a spirit of perseverance." "Humph." Yang Ming snorted coldly and did not look at Elder Yu. Instead, he turned to look at Dong Jun. "Senior brother, does Master know that you are here?" "Master? He naturally doesn't know." Dong Jun was stunned and said, "AI, I didn't expect it to be you. I was just guessing before. Now that I see you, I know that you and Elder Yu have been in cahoots for a long time. If I knew this, I would have been wary of you." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Forget it. You can go. I don't want to kill you, but I don't want to see you again in the future." Yang Ming's words made Elder Yu happy. What he was most worried about was Dong Jun's safety. He was afraid that Dong Jun could not gain Yang Ming's trust and was killed by Yang Ming instead. Then it would be a loss. But now, it seemed that Yang Ming did not have the intention to kill Dong Jun at all. Instead, he let Dong Jun leave, which also made Elder Yu feel relieved. Yang Ming, you don't have to be so heartless. In fact, we still have some feelings for each other as fellow disciples. You can only blame your appearance for blocking my path, so I have to find a way to get rid of you. Dong Jun sighed and said, however, fortunately, we are fellow disciples. I will stay in a while and drink with you. It is also a memorial ceremony for our last friendship. Memorial ceremony? Yang Ming's mouth showed a trace of ridicule. Do you mean that I will definitely die? This. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and did not answer Yang Ming's question. Yang Ming, whether you die or not is in your own hands. If you want to live, it is best to refine Jin Gangu. Elder Yu said, Brother Dong Jun, you should also persuade Yang Ming to refine Jin Gangu for me as soon as possible. This is his only hope. Chapter 2206. It turns out that you asked my senior brother, Dong Jun, to come here because you want to be a lobbyist? Yang Ming shook his head and said, Humph, no matter what you think, if you want to think this way, then think this way. Anyway, you better cooperate with me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Elder Yu said, I asked Brother Dong Jun to come here to let you understand your situation more clearly. Well, then I want to see what conditions your senior brother can offer that will move me and make me obediently refine the Jin Gangu. Yang Ming smiled faintly and no longer argued with Elder Yu. Elder Yu, do you want to drink with me? I won't drink. Let your senior brother accompany you here. Elder Yu was helping Dong Jun to act. How would he stay at this time? If he stayed, how could Dong Jun betray and discuss the plan to deal with him with Yang Ming? Moreover, Elder Yu did not expect that Yang Ming could refine the Jin Gangu obediently. But when he saw Dong Jun at this time, he suddenly felt that this might be an opportunity for Dong Jun and Yang Ming to cooperate, while persuading Yang Ming to refine the Jin Gangu. On the surface, it was for Dong Jun to eat, but in fact, thinking of this possibility, Elder Yu was a little excited. He winked at Dong Jun and said, Brother Dong Jun, you stay here and help me persuade Yang Ming. Let him refine the Jin Gangu. By then, both you and I will have a share. Okay, no problem. Don't worry, Brother Yu. Dong Jun nodded with a look of understanding. When Elder Yu saw Dong Jun's appearance, he was relieved. He turned around and walked quickly to the helicopter, and he quickly boarded the helicopter. Not long after, the roar of the helicopter's motor was heard. Elder Yu drove the helicopter away without saying a word. Dong Jun did not speak, and neither did Yang Ming. At this moment, Yang Ming was looking up at Elder Yu's helicopter. He watched as Elder Yu's helicopter drove out of the range of the Medicine Valley. Even with binoculars, he could not see the situation here. Yang Ming grinned at Dong Jun. At the same time, Dong Jun also showed a smile. Senior brother. Yang Ming smiled and greeted Dong Jun. He did not have the previous sarcastic and hostile tone. Instead, it was a kind of intimacy and peace. Haha, what's senior brother? You will be my senior brother in the future. Dong Jun smiled and said, Our sex rules. Whoever inherits the title of the King of Assassins is the senior brother, and the others are the junior brothers. So I will call you senior brother in the future. Well, as you wish. Yang Ming knew that this was the sex rule, and it was not easy to deliberately change it. But senior brother and junior brother are a bit messy. I will call you Dong Jun, and you can call me Yang Ming. It is more intimate this way. All right, you are the senior brother. You can say whatever you want. Dong Jun nodded and said, Yang Ming, you are amazing. You immediately knew that Elder Yu and I were not on the same side, and you even cooperated with us to act. Oh, Yang Ming smiled. I have talked to my master, and I know what you mean. You have deep difficulties and can't help it, so I forgive you. I also promise to help you face the forces behind you, so that you can escape from them and live a normal life. So, how can you still cooperate with the idiot Elder Yu? Idiot? Yes, haha, he is an idiot. Dong Jun thought that Elder Yu was fooled by him and Yang Ming, and suddenly showed a smile. Right, Dong Jun, how can you gain the trust of Elder Yu and let him put you here alone? Aren't you afraid that you and I will join forces? Yang Ming looked at Dong Jun strangely and asked. He thought, I was right to scold Dong Jun. Elder Yu is really a big idiot. It's a long story. The situation at the time was like this. Dong Jun did not hide. Since he chose to cooperate with Yang Ming, he naturally would not hide anything from Yang Ming. So he told Yang Ming how he got in touch with Elder Yu, how Elder Yu invited him, and how he deceived Elder Yu's trust. Puff! Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after listening. Elder Yu asked you to act with me, but in fact, we acted for him. As far as I know, Elder Yu is a cautious person, right? He wouldn't do such a stupid thing, right? Although he scolded Elder Yu in his heart, Yang Ming felt that Elder Yu was not a fool. Judging from the few things he did before, Elder Yu is a very smart person. That's right. He is too confident. Dong Jun nodded and said, he is indeed very cautious, but his mistake is in his arrogance and self-confidence. He would never have thought that you would be able to contact me and master in this secluded medicine valley. Furthermore, he would never have thought that you and I would be able to contend against him if we joined forces. Indeed, Yang Ming nodded. Dong Jun's words were reasonable. Elder Yu locked Yang Ming and others here. He never suspected that Yang Ming might be in contact with the outside world, let alone think that Yang Ming and others plus Dong Jun were his opponents. Never mind Dong Jun. Even if Fong Tian came in person, he couldn't do anything to Elder Yu. Even the Vigor Voodoo was not Elder Yu's opponent now. Who else could compete with Elder Yu? Dong Jun was just a person he found to watch him show off his strength. He didn't think that Dong Jun would pose any threat to him. Yang Ming, since everyone knows the ins and outs, then let's make it short. What can I help you with? Dong Jun said, I understand the situation here. Let's see if we can find a way to solve Elder Yu together. For Dong Jun, the most important thing for Dong Jun was to solve Elder Yu, Yang Ming's biggest problem. Only then could Yang Ming help him wholeheartedly to fight against Central. This was the most important thing for Dong Jun. AI, the situation is not optimistic. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head to Dong Jun. He said, there's a way, but it is not easy to implement. Oh, why do you say that? Asked Dong Jun. Since you are here, then let's sit down and talk slowly. Yang Ming turned to Xia Shui and others and said, Xia Shui, Ling Ling, you prepare some wine and dishes. I will have a drink with Dong Jun and talk about dealing with Elder Yu. Okay. Xia Shui knew that Yang Ming had something important to discuss with Dong Jun, so she quickly went to prepare the wine and dishes with Lan Ling. There were a lot of delicious food and drinks here, all sent by Elder Yu. At this time, they became the delicacies of Yang Ming, Dong Jun, and others. Chapter 2207. The food was ready-made. Xia Shui and Lan Ling made a barbecue buffet. After the fire was lit, they could eat. Dong Jun, Yang Ming, Lin Dongfang, Lu Yezi, and the others sat next to the fire. As for Yi and Xiao Susu, they went back to rest. They were pregnant, so it was not good for them to stay here. Yang Ming, to be honest, this is the first time I sat with you so openly and ate with you. In the past, my contact with you is cautious and purposeful. I have never been as relaxed as today. Dong Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the delicious food on the table, he said sincerely, although I haven't eaten yet, my mood is completely different. Thank you for forgiving me, really. Hee Dong Jun. Junior brother. In fact, once you think it through and let go of the obsession and burden in your heart, there's nothing left. Yang Ming smiled and said, I understand your previous difficulties, so after Master told me the truth, I chose to forgive you without hesitation. Because I know that your nature is not bad. You want to leave that organization and live a normal life for your sister, Alice. This is not wrong. I understand you. If I were in your shoes, I would also do my best by any means possible. Sometimes, there was no right or wrong. Dong Jun looked at the problem from his perspective, so it could not be said that what he did was wrong. Just like Yang Ming, when he was against Wang Xiaoyan, he also killed several of Wang Xiaoyan's underlings with strong means. Even Wang Xiaoyan herself was forcefully slept with by Yang Ming, although Wang Xiaoyan and he became a couple later, and the ending was very happy. They could be said to be enemies before that. In this, it could not be said that Wang Xiaoyan was wrong, and it could not be said that Yang Ming was wrong. Some things had different results from different perspectives. So at this time, Yang Ming would forgive Dong Jun so decisively. "Thank you, Yang Ming." Dong Jun clasped his fist excitedly. "You don't have to thank me. We are all brothers in the same trench in the future." We are originally brothers." Yang Ming smiled. "Yes, senior brother, my thoughts were too simple before. I thought that I could make central compromise and let me and my sister go with the power of the butterfly family after I became the king of assassins. But at that time, I was too ignorant. My understanding of Central was just the tip of the iceberg." Dong smiled bitterly. "Now it seems that this is really nothing in Central's eyes, so I don't know if you have the power to make Central compromise. Let's talk about this when we get back. At present, it seems that the biggest enemy is still Elder Yu. Only by killing Elder Yu first will I have the time to think about the Central issue." Yang Ming said, "But I have also fought with Central a few times. I have also taken the Jin Gang voodoo and the simplified version of the Herculean voodoo. I should have some authority in front of Central." "Right, senior brother Yang Ming. You said before that you have a way to deal with Elder Yu, but you can't implement it. What's going on? Is there any difficulty?" Dong Jun said, "Tell me and see if I have any ideas." "I was going to tell you even if you didn't ask." Yang Ming nodded and said, "This is the case. Elder Yu is invulnerable now." Yang Ming first told Dong Jun about Elder Yu's situation. Sure enough, Dong Jun nodded after listening and said, "I also know this. Elder Yu bragged to me before. His situation is really difficult for us. But Lonling's grandfather told me a good idea." Yang Ming said, "Our vision was too limited before. We only focus on how to break Elder Yu's Jin Gang voodoo. We thought that only by breaking the Jin Gang voodoo can we deal with Elder Yu. In fact, we can bypass the Jin Gang voodoo and use other methods to deal with him." "Oh, what method?" Dong Jun's eyes lit up, and he somewhat understood Yang Ming's meaning. "Use voodoo." Yang Ming told Dong Jun the method that Lonling's grandfather said, and then smiled bitterly. "There is a way, but there is no opportunity. How can we put this quick cicada voodoo on Elder Yu's body and let him swallow it? This is a difficult problem." Dong Jun suddenly laughed and said with some excitement, "I thought it was a difficult problem. It turns out to be this. This is simply too simple." "Too simple?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he looked at Dong Jun with a strange gaze. "You mean, don't forget what my special skill is." Dong Jun said, "As long as you give me the quick cicada voodoo, I can put it in Elder Yu's food without anyone noticing and let him swallow it. Moreover, Elder Yu doesn't guard against me at all. It is actually very easy to do this." "Yes, you are a top-notch thief." Yang Ming slammed the table and was very excited. "How did I forget this? He doesn't guard against you now. With your means, it is really easy to use voodoo on Elder Yu. Leave this matter to me. I promise to do it properly." Dong Jun said, "If it were other things, I wouldn't dare to guarantee, but this matter is too easy. There is definitely no problem." Lu Yezi, Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, and others who were at the same table with Yang Ming did not expect that the biggest difficulty that troubled everyone for many days was not difficult at all for Dong Jun. It was an extremely easy matter. They were a little dumbfounded. They didn't know whether to be happy or not. It was solved just like that. At this moment, Yang Ming was also secretly rejoicing in his heart. "My soft-heartedness is not a problem. If I didn't let Dong Jun go, Dong Jun wouldn't have come to Miaojiang to help me. If Dong Jun didn't come, I wouldn't have had the chance to use voodoo on Elder Yu. All of this was changed by my thoughts." This really made Yang Ming feel emotional. It seems that this problem of mine is not a problem at all sometimes. At the critical moment, it actually becomes a life-saving means. It seems that junior brother Dong Jun, I forgave you. It is the best choice I made." Yang Ming said with emotion, "I didn't expect that in my opinion, such a troublesome thing is just a piece of cake for you. Don't say that. I just happened to be there. If Elder Yu didn't trust me, I wouldn't have been able to complete this voodoo. But who asked this guy to be stupid? He always wanted to show off in front of me. Now it's great. The thing he regrets the most in his life is inviting me, Dong Jun said with a smile. Chapter 2208. Dong Jun's words made Yang Ming dumbfounded. However, it could be seen from the side that Elder Yu was a lonely person. His only friend was Dong Jun, his former partner. He had no one else to show off, except for himself. The rest were his subordinates. They feared him and fawned over him. Even if he wanted to show off, he couldn't. In front of a group of subordinates who would flatter him no matter what he did, life was really powerless. What made Yang Ming feel sad was that in this way, even if Elder Yu defeated Lan Miao Village, what was the point of planning Lan Miao Village's territory into his Miao Village? Just like Duge Xiubai in the novel, he already had unparalleled martial arts, but he didn't seem to be very happy. Elder Yu was probably the same. Even if he took the complete version of the Jin Gang Voodoo and merged with the evil Jin Gang Voodoo in his body, he could have a body more indestructible than the Jin Gang Voodoo without using blood sacrifice. What was the point? He didn't seem to be very happy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Dong Jun here to watch him show off. It could be imagined how bored Elder Yu was. Although it couldn't be said to be the level of a kindergarten, it was at least the level of Wang Jitao and Chen Afu. I didn't expect it to be solved like this. Lin Dongfang took the quick cicada voodoo and separated it from the secreted nutrient solution. Then he put the quick cicada voodoo in a small bottle and handed it to Dong Jun. He said with some regret, "This is the quick cicada voodoo. It's a pity that it can't be used to secrete nutrient solution in the future. This nutrient solution is only in such a small bottle. Once it's used up, there will be no more. Moreover, it doesn't preserve the quality." Dong Jun also heard Yang Ming talk about the Hercules voodoo before. He knew that if the Hercules voodoo wanted to be maintained, there must be a nutrient solution. However, he didn't know the details, so he didn't answer. Yang Ming sighed. Now that the swift cicada goo had been used up, it was destined that the nutrient solution would be gone in the future. Moreover, the nutrient solution had a time limit. Under normal circumstances, it would lose its effect after a few dozen hours. Although they had recently discovered a way to preserve the nutrient solution for a longer period of time, there was a limit to how long it could last. Everyone discovered that if they used the bottle of spirit spring water to soak the nutrient solution, they would be able to maintain the activity of a nutrient solution. If they mixed the spring water with the nutrient solution, they would be able to maintain the activity of the nutrient solution for about a month. But now, there was only one small bottle left. They were afraid that they could only use it at a critical moment. However, although Yang Ming felt that it was a pity, he could see that Lin Dongfang didn't regret it. Since he chose to use the Herculean venomous worm, he had already planned to stay in this area forever, so he didn't say anything more. He just said, "Junior brother Dong Jun, then I'll have to trouble you. This time, success or failure depends on you. Don't worry, I will be careful." Dong Jun nodded and said seriously, "Senior brother Yang Ming, you can also treat this as a test of my ability. If I successfully complete this mission, it means that I'm still useful. I hope you could do your best to help me and Alice escape from Central and become free people." "Dong Jun, don't say that. If it doesn't work this time, we will think of other ways. I said that I will help you, so I will definitely help you," said Yang Ming. In fact, it should not be difficult for Yang Ming to help Dong Jun and Alice escape from Central. After all, Yang Ming's purpose was not to let Central perish, but to negotiate with them. He would use force to deter them and let them give up Dong Jun and Alice. This was much simpler than dealing with Elder Yu. As for Yang Ming, if it weren't to get rid of Elder Yu, it would be easy for him to escape. As long as he sat on Dr. Sun Sikong's flying saucer, he could leave the Medicine Valley directly. At that time, Elder Yu couldn't do anything to Yang Ming, and Yang Ming couldn't do anything to Elder Yu. The two people would mind their own business, but that was inconsistent with Yang Ming's mission. Therefore, Yang Ming must deal with Elder Yu, but Central was different. As long as Dr. Benjamin let Dong Jun and Alice go, Yang Ming didn't want to fight to the death with him. Yang Ming was not Ultraman or Spider-Man. As long as it did not endanger the interests and safety of himself and his friends, he would not go to Central to fight monsters. This was also why Yang Ming was confident. But what Yang Ming didn't know was that Dr. Benjamin had already shifted his attention to him. He suspected that Yang Ming had a connection with Sun Sikong and Suya. Even Yang Ming's skills and abilities came from Sun Sikong. Therefore, even if Yang Ming let Dr. Benjamin go, Dr. Benjamin would not let Yang Ming go. The hatred between the two had already been buried. Yang Ming's idea was obviously too simple. Early the next morning, Elder Yu's helicopter came to the Medicine Valley again, and Dong Jun was ready to leave. "Ha, Dong Jun, how was it? Did you help me persuade Yang Ming? Helping me refine Jin Gang Voodoo is his only way out. Otherwise, he will stay in this place for the rest of his life." Elder Yu got off the helicopter and said to Dong Jun with a laugh. Dong Jun winked at Elder Yu and gave him a wink. Then he said, "Yang Ming, this person, although his character is stubborn, he also told me yesterday that what he is worried about is that after he refines Jin Gang Voodoo for you, and you get Jin Gang Voodoo, you won't need them anymore. You will imprison them in the Medicine Valley forever." Although Elder Yu and Dong Jun were echoing each other here, when he saw Dong Jun's wink, his heart was relieved. It seemed that Dong Jun had gotten some of Yang Ming's trump cards. So he continued, "Oh, actually, as long as they develop Jin Gang Voodoo, I can let them go, but the premise is that they can't take away any information and voodoo test subjects here." Yang Ming also told me his conditions. "So, Elder Yu, let's go back and talk about it in detail," said Dong Jun. "All right." Elder Yu nodded and said, "Then, let's get on the plane." Yang Ming stood not far away, expressionless. This expression was also in line with Elder Yu's consistent impression of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was such a person. Elder Yu found it funny in his heart. "Yang Ming, oh Yang Ming, you always deliberately want to deal with me, but you are always one step behind me. I'm always one step ahead of you. You still want Dong Jun to help you deal with me? You are really a fool." Elder Yu and Dong Jun got on a helicopter. The helicopter took off and left the Medicine Valley. Yang Ming looked at the helicopter in the distance, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2209. Elder Yu, I'm afraid you didn't expect it even in your dreams, right? Yang Ming shook his head and said with some regret, "The person you invited to watch you act pretentious has become a ghost who chases after your life. Bro, do you think Brother Dong Jun can complete the mission?" Liu Yezi hesitated and asked. "There should be no problem." Yang Ming said, "He is the world's top thief. He even deceived me many times. Although his martial arts is not as good as mine, his stealing skills are definitely better than mine. Therefore, I think this mission is easy for him. The most important problem is that Elder Yu is not on guard against him, so it is easy to succeed. As for us, Elder Yu is on guard again and again, so we don't have any chance. No matter what we do, Elder Yu will be suspicious." Elder Yu said, "That's true, but Elder Yu is such a careful person. If he can be tricked, it will be a happy thing." Liu Yezi laughed. "He is being careful, but he is being careful towards us. As for someone who has worked together with him many times to kill me, it is impossible for him to guard against him. In his opinion, Dong Jun and he have the same goal, which is to kill me. So, what is there for him to guard against?" Yang Ming sighed. "This Elder Yu is quite pitiful. After he eats the quick cicada goo, let him live out his old age in peace. There is nothing to be afraid of with his life." Lin Dongfang and Feng Tianlong drove to keep the bottle of nutrient solution in the spring water. This was the only bottle of nutrient solution, so Yang Ming and others unanimously decided to use it at the most critical moment. Unless it was a last resort, they would keep it. So every few days, Lin Dongfang would drive to the Spirit Spring to get some spring water to drink. Fortunately, the current battery car had been modified by Dr. Sun Sikong. Its speed was unusually fast, and it didn't take much time to go back and forth. On the helicopter, "How is it, Brother Falcon? Does Yang Ming believe you? Did you get any useful information?" asked Elder Yu. "AI, Yang Ming is very smart. Although I told him in private that I was actually an undercover and wanted to deal with him, Yang Ming didn't seem to believe what I said. He didn't comment on what I said and didn't reveal any useful information. He didn't do anything to me. He entertained me with good food and drinks all night and accompanied me to drink a lot of wine. But he didn't tell me the truth. Dong Jun sighed and said helplessly, "Oh, this is in line with Yang Ming's character. This guy is very careful. He is not so easy to fool. You suddenly appeared here and said that you want to help him deal with me. If I were Yang Ming, I wouldn't completely believe you." Elder Yu nodded and said, "But I think that Yang Ming should still believe your words a little, but he is not sure, so he doesn't want to say more." Otherwise, why did Yang Ming not only not trouble you, but also entertain you with good food and drinks? This is also true, but it can't be ruled out that he is afraid of you, Elder Yu. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me in the Medicine Valley, said Dong Jun. No, I know Yang Ming. He's a very fierce person. Is he afraid of me? If he was afraid of me, he wouldn't have repeatedly found opportunities to deal with me. He can't do anything to me now, and he also knows that not only can he not do anything, but I also can't do anything to him. After all, I asked him to help me refine the Hercules voodoo, so I can't do anything to him now. He has confronted me like this, so it's really not my fault that he didn't do anything to you. Elder Yu shook his head. Although he was arrogant, he was not brainless. He still understood Yang Ming's mentality very well. Oh, so? Yang Ming may be dubious, but he didn't say too much when he wasn't sure which side I was on. Dong Jun said this, but he sneered in his heart. He thought, of course, he is not afraid of you. He wants me to deal with you. That's right. So, when you go back this time, find a little think tank to analyze it again. If you don't succeed this time, then go a few more times. If you go more often, Yang Ming will be less guarded against you. Maybe you can reveal some of his secrets. Elder Yu said, in this way, knowing his trump cards and secrets, I can also have some confidence and be more at ease. That's also true. Dong Jun nodded and said, however, then I will have to trouble Elder Yu for a long time. You won't mind me eating and drinking here for free, right? Huh, Brother Falcon, what are you talking about? You know, having a friend who can deal with Yang Ming with me, drinking with me, and watching Yang Ming's painful appearance together is the greatest joy. Elder Yu laughed and said, let's go. After we go back, let's drink a few more cups. We won't stop until we are drunk. Then, I won't be polite. Dong Jun chuckled and nodded. By the way, did Yang Ming say when he will help me refine the Jin Gang voodoo? Elder Yu asked. He said this, but Yang Ming also said that he can focus on refining the Jin Gang voodoo, but he's afraid that you will regret it at that time and not let him leave. Dong Jun said, Sai, this is indeed a problem. Elder Yu nodded and said, to be honest, I didn't intend to let them leave. Even if the Jin Gang voodoo refinement is successful, I won't let them go easily. After all, Yang Ming's threat to me is too great. Just like Lan Hai of Blue Miao Village, as long as I don't kill him, I always feel that he may find an opportunity to deal with me, so I can't let the tiger return to the mountain. That is simply endless trouble in the future. Dong Jun sneered in his heart after listening to Elder Yu's words. This Elder Yu is not stupid. He also knows the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain, and he can actually think of Lan Hai's threat to him. However, this time, it was indeed Lan Hai who thought of a way to deal with Elder Yu, but Dong Jun naturally would not say these words to Elder Yu. However, even if you don't let him go, at least find a reason to let him see some hope. Otherwise, he won't help you refine voodoo with peace of mind. Dong Jun said, I understand Yang Ming. If he can't see hope, it is useless even if you promise him extravagantly. It can be said that he won't act without seeing the hair. I'm afraid it won't work to deceive him with simple excuses. Yeah, let's go back and discuss with the little think tank. Although Elder Yu was very cunning and treacherous, he was not very good when it came to wisdom. Fortunately, there's a little think tank by his side who could give advice. In a while, he could ask the little think tank to help analyze it. Thinking of this, Elder Yu stopped talking and concentrated on flying the helicopter. Chapter 22:10. Elder Yu returned to the base with Dong Jun, and he called the little think tank over without any delay. Elder Yu, Mr. Falcon, you are back. After little think tank greeted them respectfully, he said, "Elder you, what are you looking for me for?" "In, it's still the previous matter. I want to discuss it with you." Elder you nodded and said, "Brother Falcon, tell little think tank about Yang Ming's situation and current difficulties." After Elder Yu returned to his base, he began to act pretentious again. These troubles and difficulties were obviously his and Dong Jun's, but he said that it was Dong Jun's alone. He even asked Dong Jun to consult his subordinates. He obviously enjoyed the feeling of being in a superior position. However, Dong Jun was too lazy to care about these things. He nodded and said, "The matter is like this." As he spoke, Dong Jun repeated what he said to little think tank on the helicopter, including Yang Ming's doubts about him, and how to let Yang Ming see hope and help Elder Yu refine Jin Gang Voodoo. He told little think tank all the problems. "So it's like this." Little think tank nodded and fell into contemplation. Dong Jun and Elder Yu did not disturb him, and quietly waited for little think tank's answer. After a while, little think tank's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "I got it. I thought a way to get the best of both worlds." "What is the way?" Dong Jun and Elder Yu were both delighted and asked quickly. Elder Yu was delighted that little think tank really found a way, and Dong Jun was delighted that little think tank quickly found a way and left quickly, so that he could drink with Elder Yu and then put voodoo in Elder Yu. So, didn't Mr. Falcon say in front of Yang Ming that he would help him deal with Elder Yu? Little think tank said, "In this way, as you said, during this time, Mr. Falcon would go to the Medicine Valley every now and then and talk with Yang Ming about the plan to deal with Elder Yu. First, he would cultivate their relationship. At this time, we can use a trick to sow discord. When Yang Ming mistakenly thinks that Mr. Falcon is with him, let Mr. Falcon persuade Yang Ming to refine Jin Gang Voodoo. The purpose of this is to confuse Elder Yu." "Oh, what do you mean?" Elder Yu seemed to understand little think tank's plan. "In this way, we can let Mr. Falcon say to Yang Ming that his purpose of meeting Yang Ming is to act as Elder Yu's lobbyist and get Yang Ming to help refine Jin Gang Voodoo. But Mr. Falcon's real purpose is to help Yang Ming deal with Elder Yu." Little think tank said, "And if he comes many times, Yang Ming will inevitably be exposed if Yang Ming doesn't react. In this way, if Yang Ming can start refining Jin Gang Voodoo under his persuasion, it will also confuse Elder Yu." "Yes, good idea." Elder Yu nodded and said happily, "In this way, Brother Dong Jun not only obtained Yang Ming's trust, but also can get Yang Ming to help me refine Jin Gang Voodoo. It is really killing two birds with one stone." "Oh, this is worth a try." As expected of little think tank, you actually came up with this method of killing two birds with one stone. In this way, while Yang Ming cooperates with me, in order to confuse Elder Yu, he has no choice but to start refining Jin Gang Voodoo, and I can also investigate Yang Ming's secret and trump card. Dong Jun praised on the surface, but he despised this little think tank in his heart. "Good idea, my ass. Do you think Yang Ming is so stupid? Just because he is confused, he will really be confused? Even if he wants to be confused, he won't really refine Jin Gang Voodoo. He will definitely pretend to fail continuously." However, Dong Jun and Elder Yu were not on the same side now. He was too lazy to say this to Elder Yu. Moreover, the success of little think tank's plan was no longer important. After tonight, Elder Yu will become an idiot and the matter will be resolved. Of course, little think tank is my favorite strategist. Elder Yu nodded and said, "Elder Yu is too kind." Little think tank smiled respectfully. "Well, since I have thought of a good idea, then I am relieved. In this way, I will go to the Medicine Valley again early in the morning and continue to build a relationship with Yang Ming." Dong Jun said, "We can also fake a promise to Yang Ming, but after I go there and help you convey this promise, I will directly expose this promise. This can also make Yang Ming feel that I am on the same side as him. This is easy. You could just say whatever you want. Say that I agree to let them leave after he refines Jin Gang Voodoo." Elder Yu waved his hand and said, "The more flaws in the excuse, the more Yang Ming will definitely not believe it. If you help him expose it, he will not doubt you." "Okay, I will just make up an excuse." Dong Jun nodded. In fact, he didn't want to talk nonsense. Why make up an excuse? After today, Elder you would become an idiot, and all the plans would be in vain. Well, Mr. Falcon, I will help you prepare the helicopter. You will go to the Medicine Valley early in the morning. Little Think Tank nodded and said, You can go now, Little Think Tank. Check the helicopter properly, fill it with fuel, and then get someone to prepare some dishes. Today I am very happy. I will drink with Brother Falcon until we are drunk. Elder you said, No problem. Drink until we are drunk. Dong Jun said with a laugh. Under Elder Yu's order, the people of the entire Meow village moved. After a while, a table of delicious food was placed on the table. Elder Yu raised his wine glass and said to Dong Jun, Brother Falcon, come to celebrate that we found a good way to deal with Yang Ming. Cheers! Okay, cheers! Dong Jun smiled and raised his wine glass. The two people's glasses clinked and they both drank. After eating 2 mouthfuls of food, Dong Jun sighed. I say, Elder Yu, your life here is really leisurely. Speaking of which, I am a little envious. Food, wine, and such a comfortable environment. It is really a heaven on earth. Haha, Brother Falcon, you don't have to be envious. If you are willing, you can live here with me. Drinking and chatting with me every day is also a great joy in life. Elder Yu laughed. But you also know that sometimes people in the underworld have no choice. I'm not as free as you. The person behind me can't let me stay here forever. After I settle the matter with Yang Ming, I still have to go back. Dong Jun sighed and said, I can't do anything about the matter behind you. Elder Yu said, but now, let's drink 2 more glasses. There is wine in life, so let's enjoy it. Dong Jun's heart was full of disdain. This was the difference between Elder Yu and Yang Ming. Although Elder Yu's ability was great, he never helped others enthusiastically. Chapter 22:11. If Dong Jun didn't have a common goal with him, they probably wouldn't have crossed paths. If Elder Yu was asked to help him negotiate with Dr. Benjamin, with Elder Yu's ability, Dr. Benjamin should give him face. After all, in the face of such an invulnerable monster, no one wanted to offend him. You couldn't kill him, but he could kill you at any time. This feeling was more terrifying than being targeted by an assassin. As long as Dr. Benjamin and Elder Yu didn't have that kind of deep hatred that couldn't be resolved, they would probably give face. It was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Dr. Benjamin was not mentally ill. Wouldn't it be looking for trouble if he made enemies with someone he didn't know, especially with such a terrifying existence? However, Dong Jun knew that with Elder Yu's character, he would definitely not help him with this. Just like just now, when Dong Jun cooperated with Elder Yu, he revealed several times that he wanted Elder Yu to help him with something, but Elder Yu directly refused. This was also the reason why Dong Jun was determined to turn against Elder Yu and help Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a friend that could be made. It could be said that Dong Jun was the luckiest person in his life to meet him. Elder Yu could only be regarded as a partner in interests. If there were interests, they would cooperate. If there were no interests, then they would be enemies. Haha, it's okay. Since I joined this organization, I naturally have to listen to the orders of the higher-ups. It is impossible to leave. Dong Jun laughed and said, If I had the strength of Elder Yu, then I am afraid I could leave the organization and live this leisurely life. Brother Falcon, I won't hide it from you. The strength behind you is too terrifying. I can't do anything, Elder Yu said with a laugh. Dong Jun sneered in his heart. He had long known that Elder Yu would answer like this, but he asked again to increase his confidence in making a move on Elder Yu. After all, the two were partners before. They had known each other for so long. Dong Jun still felt a little guilty about making a move on him. Although he had to do it, Elder Yu's words at this moment undoubtedly made Dong Jun feel relieved. This old thing was incomparably treacherous. When it came to his own interests, he cared more than anyone else. When it came to helping others, he made all sorts of excuses. Even if he had the strength, he wasn't willing to help. What the hell? However, Dong Jun's expression was very calm. There was nothing wrong with it. He only lightly said, Haha, I know. I was just casually speaking. Let's drink. Okay, let's continue drinking. Elder Yu saw that Dong Jun no longer mentioned this matter. He He was happy to be idle and didn't say anything. Elder Yu did not have any special ability, so it was naturally impossible for him to remain sober after 1,000 cups. He would get drunk after drinking too much. Thus, he started to become a little muddle-headed after drinking a few cups. He was a little tongue-tied when he spoke. Brother Liang, this time, the task of getting Yang Ming to refine Gu will be handed to you. Once it's done, I'll definitely reward you. Don't mention it. Yang Ming is also my enemy. Helping you is helping myself. What reward is there to talk about? Dong Jun also pretended to be drunk and said excitedly. In fact, Dong Jun was not drunk. He was a godly thief and was trained by the center. He was best at concealment and disguise. He seemed to have drunk a lot of wine, but in fact, the wine did not enter his stomach. Instead, he spat it out. However, Elder Yu did not pay attention to this at all. In his opinion, Dong Jun had no need to spit out wine. He was also very happy today, so he drank to his heart's content. Good brother, it's good to hear your words. Let's continue drinking. Elder Yu raised his wine glass and toasted Dong Jun again. Then, when he was about to pour the wine, he found that the bottom of the bottle was already empty. There was no more wine. He looked at it with drunken eyes and finally confirmed that there was not a single drop of wine left. So he said, Brother Liang, wait for me. I'll get another bottle of wine. Wait for me. No need, I'll go. I'm about to finish this bottle. How can a younger brother let an older brother take the wine? Dong Jun smiled slightly, stood up, and staggered to get the wine. However, he was delighted in his heart. It seems that Elder Yu is already drunk, and he is already very confused. He even looks at the wine bottle for a long time to see if there is any wine in it. This is a good time for me to make a move. Okay, then you go. Haha, I haven't had such a refreshing drink for a long time. It's so refreshing, said Elder Yu. Dong Jun took 2 bottles of white wine from the shelf, then walked to Elder Yu. He opened a bottle first and said to Elder Yu, Elder Yu, come. Little brother will pour you a glass of wine first. Okay. Elder Yu raised his wine glass in a daze. He did not even look into the wine glass. It had to be said that although he was cautious, he was smart all his life, but stupid at this moment. For Dong Jun, it was his biggest mistake to not guard against him from the beginning. Dong Jun quietly poured wine for Elder Yu. Then, according to the method Lan Ling taught him, he quickly put the quick cicada voodoo in Elder Yu's wine glass. Dong Jun did this kind of little trick very smoothly without any hesitation. Not to mention that Elder Yu is now drunk. Even if he was not drunk, he might not be able to see Dong Jun's method. Just like before, Dong Jun did not drink so much wine at all, and Elder Yu could not see it. Dong Jun poured wine for Elder Yu. When he returned to his seat, he picked up his wine glass. The wine glass was filled with the wine that had been poured before. Before he decided to carry out this plan and went to get wine for Elder Yu, Dong Jun had already filled his wine glass first. The purpose was to drink with Elder Yu immediately after pouring wine for him, so that Elder Yu would not see the quick cicada voodoo in the wine glass for a long time. Although Elder Yu's current vision basically could not see it, some things were better to be careful. If Elder Yu discovered that there was something in the wine glass, then the loss outweighed the gain. This was Dong Jun's and Yang Ming's last chance. Dong Jun could not waste it. Although his heart was very nervous at this moment, he also had the confidence to complete it. Elder Yu, come. Let's continue to toast. Dong Jun put the white wine in his hand on the table, then picked up his glass and said to Elder Yu, Okay, cheers. Oh, I need to pee. Wait for me to go to the toilet first. Elder Yu just wanted to drink, but he suddenly felt the urge to pee, so he was about to go to the toilet. So he just raised his hand and put it down again. Chapter 22:12. Dong Jun's face suddenly changed. Not good. If Elder Yu went to the toilet, he would probably wash his face before he came back. If he woke up and found the quick cicada goo in the wine glass, it would not be fun. Although Dong Jun could catch the quick cicada goo again, when Elder Yu went to the toilet, wait for the opportunity, and wait for Elder Yu to come back. Then, he could put the quick cicada goo in Elder Yu's wine cup again. However, at that time, let's not talk about whether there would be a chance. If Elder Yu woke up, he might miss this opportunity today. Dong Jun didn't want to lose this opportunity. If he lost this opportunity, he didn't know when he could do it again in the future, so Dong Jun decided to fight for it again. He held the wine glass and said, "Elder you, since you have already picked it up, then finish this glass of wine. After drinking, we will go to the toilet together. It just so happens that I want to go too." All right. Elder Yu was anxious to go to the toilet, so he picked up the wine glass and gestured with Dong Jun. Then, he drank it in one gulp without even clinking glasses. Dong Jun watched Elder Yu drink the wine glass in his hand in one gulp, and suddenly there was a relaxed smile on his face. He also picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp, but this time, Dong Jun did not spit out the wine again. Instead, he drank all of it because he was very excited. The plan finally succeeded. The stone in his heart was also dropped. Although there were some unforeseen events, fortunately, everything was more daunting than dangerous. Dong Jun stood up with a smile and said, "Let's go, Elder Yu. Let's go to the toilet together." "Oh, let's go." The quick cicada goo had just been swallowed, and it had not acted up yet, so Elder Yu did not feel anything strange at the moment. However, it was reasonable to say that Elder Yu was a person who was very proficient in voodoo. If he drank the quick cicada goo normally, even if he was not familiar with the attributes of the quick cicada goo, he would definitely find something unusual. However, at this moment, because he was too drunk, he did not feel anything strange at all. The task given by Yang Ming was finally completed. Dong Jun's heart was relieved. Elder Yu was solved, so Yang Ming had the intention to help him deal with Central. Dong Jun smiled slightly, walked out of the room with Elder Yu, and went to the outdoor toilet. After going to the toilet, it was probably the quick cicada voodoo in Elder Yu's body. Elder Yu pulled up his pants, but there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He turned to look at Dong Jun and was slightly stunned. Why am I here? Falcon? Why are you here? What are we doing here?" Dong Jun was slightly stunned by Elder Yu's question, but Dong Jun suddenly thought of the situation that Yang Ming told him before that would happen after the quick cicada voodoo flared up. He was overjoyed. It seemed that the quick cicada voodoo in Elder Yu's body had already taken effect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this situation where he just came out to the toilet and forgot about it. As a matter of fact, this quick cicada goo was a mature quick cicada goo. When it was in Lin Dongfang's body, Lin Dongfang often forgot things after he finished speaking. Not to mention that this quick cicada goo was taken out of Lin Dongfang's body by Yang Ming and raised for so long. Therefore, it was reasonable for Elder Yu to have such a situation now. It was not surprising. "Elder Yu, did you drink too much? We were drinking just now. You wanted to go to the toilet, so I accompanied you," said Dong Jun. "Oh, yes. Let's go. Let's go back and continue drinking." Although Elder Yu said so, he thought in his heart, "Really? Why don't I remember it?" But now he was indeed in a daze. Moreover, his body reeked of alcohol. It seemed that what Dong Jun said was true. He had drunk too much today. He was a little dizzy. Shaking his head, Elder Yu and Dong Jun returned to the previous room together. The two poured wine again and drank. This time, Elder Yu was really drunk after drinking a few glasses. He lay on the table and fell asleep. Although Dong Jun also drank a few glasses of wine, it was simply too little compared to Elder Yu. His alcohol tolerance was not bad. His previous drunkenness was completely faked for Elder Yu to see. "Who?" Dong Jun breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done." Looking at the banquet on the table and the unconscious Elder Yu, Dong Jun sighed slightly. How powerful is Elder Yu? In the end, he was actually dealt with by a small quick cicada goo. It's really fate. The most ridiculous thing is that he was dealt with by a master thief who didn't know any martial arts or any voodoo. If Elder Yu knew the truth, would he die of anger? At this point, the relationship between Dong Jun and Elder Yu had come to an end. Today's banquet would be their last banquet. In the future, similar things would never happen again. The remaining thing was to meet up with Yang Ming. Dong Jun stood up, walked to the window, and looked out. It was already night, but Dong Jun didn't want to delay. He was going to wait. In a while, when the sky was bright, he would fly the helicopter to the Medicine Valley. If he waited for Elder Yu to wake up, Elder Yu's Meow Village would definitely be in chaos. At that time, Dong Jun wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Although Dong Jun's Qigong was powerful, his martial arts were not good enough. Under the siege of so many people, he wasn't sure if he could escape unscathed. So Dong Jun turned and returned to the previous seat, closed his eyes slightly, and began to close his eyes to rest. Time passed by minute by minute. Dong Jun was a patient person. He had received professional training when he was in the center. If he didn't have patience, it was impossible to endure for so long in Songjiang City. But at this moment, Dong Jun was still a little impatient. He wanted to leave here as soon as possible. He didn't want to wait for a moment. Finally, Dong Jun endured the most difficult few hours. The sky was bright. Obviously, it was dawn. Dong Jun glanced at Elder Yu. He was still sleeping very soundly. There was no sign of him waking up at all. Dong Jun suddenly felt a lot more at ease in his heart. Dong Jun tidied up his clothes and walked out of the room quickly. He shouted as he walked, "Little Tactician? Is Little Tactician here?" Not long after, Little Tactician hurriedly ran out of a room not far away. Obviously, he was sleeping just now, but he was woken up by Dong Jun. "Mr. Falcon, are you looking for me?" Although Little Tactician's sleep was disturbed, there was no unpleasant expression on his face. He ran over and asked respectfully, "The helicopter is ready. I'm going to the Medicine Valley again to build a relationship with Yang Ming. Moreover, I was drinking with Elder Yu before. We talked about a good idea. I can't wait to test it," said Dong Jun. Chapter 22:13. The helicopter is ready. It's parked on the tarmac of our base. It can be used at any time. Little Think Tank said, "Where is Elder Yu?" "Oh, Elder Yu drank too much. He hasn't woken up yet. He asked me to tell you not to disturb him," Dong Jun said. "If this is the case, then I will go first." "Oh." Little Think Tank was slightly stunned and said, "Mr. Falcon, Elder Yu is in the room? Please allow me to take a look." "Of course, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm just afraid that Elder Yu will catch a cold if he drinks too much and falls asleep directly." "Of course." Dong Jun secretly admired this Little Think Tank in his heart. He is really a little think tank. He is very smart. He probably saw that Elder Yu didn't come out when Dong Jun was about to leave, so he was worried that something might have happened to Elder Yu. Fortunately, Dong Jun came to secretly plant the voodoo. If he secretly came to assassinate Elder Yu, then he would definitely not be able to escape. But now, Dong Jun didn't have the slightest worry. He didn't think that Little Think Tank could see any problems. As a matter of fact, Lin Dongfang was planted with the quick cicada voodoo. Even Lon Ling couldn't see it. When the voodoo was taken out, Elder Yu couldn't see it. It was enough to prove the strangeness of this quick cicada voodoo. Therefore, although Little Think Tank was smart, his attainments in voodoo weren't great. Therefore, Dong Jun wasn't afraid of him looking. Sure enough, Little Think Tank went to the previous room and took a look. He found that Elder Yu was sleeping soundly. There was no other abnormal situation. He was still holding a wine glass in his hand. It was obvious that he drank too much and fell asleep, so Little Think Tank was relieved. He quickly ran out and said to Dong Jun, "Senior Falcon, sorry for making you wait." "Haha, this is nothing." Dong Jun waved his hand and said, How is Elder Yu? I saw that he drank too much, so I didn't dare to move him. Why don't we move him to the bed?" "No need. Elder Yu doesn't like to be disturbed when he sleeps." Little Think Tank said, "Senior Falcon, let's go to the tarmac now. The helicopter is ready." "Okay." Dong Jun nodded. Elder Yu really didn't like to be disturbed when he was resting. Therefore, after Little Think Tank confirmed that Elder Yu was fine, he wanted to take Dong Jun and leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to wake Elder Yu up. Otherwise, he would be scolded. Little Tactician left with Dong Jun. Just as Dong Jun wanted, the two of them arrived at the tarmac. Little Tactician said, "Mr. Falcon, do you know how to fly a plane? Do you need me to find a pilot to help you?" "Hee, no problem. I naturally know how to open it. I can go by myself. This can also show my sincerity. Otherwise, it would be too fake if someone sent me here and picked me up every time," Dong Jun said. The Little Tactician said in his heart, "Is it fake?" Yang Ming was very smart. No matter what he did, it was not easy to gain his trust. However, he did not say much. After all, Dong Jun was not from the Hmong village. He was invited by Elder Yu to help. He could do whatever he wanted. "All right, Mr. Falcon, please," Little Think Tank said. Dong Jun boarded the helicopter and started it. He slowly flew into the sky and left Elder Yu's base. He suddenly had an unprecedented sense of ease in his heart. Piloting a helicopter was not a difficult task for Dong Jun. Back then, Yang Ming's training discs were obtained with Dong Jun's help. If Yang Ming knew something, he naturally knew it too. It could be said that in addition to those powerful killing methods and martial arts, Dong Jun knew no less than Yang Ming. Dong Jun was a godly thief. Generally, powerful thieves had a strong memory. After checking out the spots, when they carried out a theft, they could always find a way to retreat safely. Therefore, Dong Jun only went back and forth to the Medicine Valley once, and he had already memorized the entire flight route. After leaving Elder Yu's base, he went straight to the Medicine Valley. At this moment, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. The roar of a helicopter engine appeared in the sky above the Medicine Valley. Elder Yu had never sent someone over so early before. So this time, the sound of the engine in the early morning was very abrupt. Yang Ming, as the disciple of the King of Assassins, was very alert. Almost after hearing the sound of the helicopter, he jumped out of bed, put on his clothes, and quickly ran out of the villa. Yang Ming was the first person to come to the open space of the Medicine Valley. At this moment, Yang Ming also saw a helicopter slowly flying toward the valley. At this time, the helicopter came here. Who could it be? Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately used his X-ray vision and telescopic vision special abilities and looked at the helicopter in the distance. However, when he saw the person in the helicopter, he could not help but smile, because this person was the person he wanted to see, Dong Jun. There were only two possibilities for Dong Jun to come here at this time. The first possibility was that Dong Jun failed and had to escape. The second possibility was that he succeeded. So he drove the helicopter to meet up with Yang Ming. Of course, the latter was more likely than the first possibility. If Dong Jun failed, he probably would not have escaped from Elder Yu's hands so easily. How could there not be a helicopter chasing after him? Moreover, if he failed, he would escape to the Medicine Valley, a place that Elder Yu knew. Wasn't that equivalent to courting death? Thinking of this, Yang Ming was basically certain that Dong Jun had succeeded. Yes, it could be seen from the excitement on his face that he should have succeeded. At this time, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Lu Qianqi, and Lin Dongfang also walked out of the villa. Lan Ling and Xia Shui also put on their clothes and ran out with Yang Ming. Everyone heard the sound of the helicopter in the air, so they couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. "Bro, who would come at this time?" Lu Yezi looked at the helicopter in the sky that was quickly approaching and asked. "Guess." Yang Ming smiled. "Guess." Lu Yezi was stunned, but then a look of joy flashed across his face and said, "Could it be Brother Dong Jun?" "Yes, it's him." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Ah, it's really him." At this time, Feng Tianlong, Lu Tianqi, and Lin Dongfang were also surprised. They didn't expect Dong Jun to come back so quickly. Dong Jun just left yesterday, and he came back in less than a day. "Dong Jun, did you complete that thing?" Lan Ling also asked with some surprise. "It seems to be so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here." Yang Ming said, "But for the details, we have to wait until he gets off the plane and ask again." Chapter 22:14. And Lan Ling nodded. Her question was also a question that everyone wanted to ask, so after Lan Ling asked, everyone looked at the helicopter in the distance with anticipation. They hoped that it would land earlier, so that they could ask Dong Jun if he had completed the voodoo on Elder Yu. Finally, the helicopter slowly landed in the open space of the Medicine Valley under everyone's expectant gaze. When the helicopter just landed, the motor was not turned off yet. Everyone couldn't wait to run over. When everyone ran to the front of the helicopter, Dong Jun also got off the helicopter. When he saw everyone here, he was a little surprised. Why are you all here?" "We saw that you came back, so we naturally came to welcome you," Yang Ming said with a smile. "Dong Jun, How is it? It seems that the mission has been successfully completed. Haha, fortunately, I didn't fail. Dong Jun nodded heavily. LDU has already taken the quick cicada voodoo. Moreover, the voodoo should have begun to attack. His memory has begun to decline. Oh, it has already attacked? Then how did you escape successfully? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. You guys get on the plane. We will leave here quickly. It is estimated that after a while, Elder Yu's helpers will find that something is wrong with Elder Yu. They will definitely come to find trouble with us. Let's go first. Anyway, Elder Yu is finished. Your mission has been completed, said Dong Jun. Dong Jun was also afraid that a long night would bring trouble. If they stayed here for a long time, Elder Yu's underlings would retaliate against them. That's not necessary. Lan Ling waved her hand and said, Elder Yu is in trouble. His underlings are just a motley crew. Let's not talk about whether they will think that you did something. Even if they think and come to find us, we are not afraid of them. Oh, Dong Jun was slightly stunned. Hee, Ling Ling is right. In terms of skill, as long as Elder Yu is finished, none of his underlings are our opponents. If we compete with Voodoo, they are not Ling Ling's opponent. So, even if we stay here, we are very safe, said Yang Ming. It turned out to be like this. I was too nervous. I was too worried. Dong Jun breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Previously, he still wanted to quickly come over and help Yang Ming and others escape. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Ming's words were very reasonable. Elder Yu was finished. What was there to be afraid of? Now, quickly tell us what's going on. Yang Ming asked anxiously. Okay, it's like this. Dong Jun nodded and began to tell Yang Ming and others what happened after he and Elder Yu returned to Elder Yu's base. When Yang Ming heard that Elder Yu drank the quick cicada voodoo without looking at it, he was suddenly speechless. These people had deliberately planned to deal with Elder Yu for several months, but there was no progress and result. Instead, Dong Jun came and had a meal with Elder Yu and a few glasses of wine, and it was solved. In fact, it was that easy. It was daunting, but not dangerous. Dong Jun shrugged and said, However, thinking about it carefully, we just took advantage of a loophole. Elder Yu was completely unguarded against me. If he treated me like how he treated you, then I definitely wouldn't have a chance. That's right. That's true. Yang Ming nodded and said, But this Elder Yu really reaped what he sowed. He invited you to watch him show off, but in the end, he was finished. Yeah, but what should we do now? Asked Dong Jun. Now is a good opportunity to deal with Elder Yu. Lan Ling said, Let's go to Lan Miao Village immediately and let Grandmother lead the people of Lan Miao Village to capture all of Elder Yu's direct subordinates. Then, we will merge Elder Yu's Miao Village with Lan Miao Village. Okay, then let's go now. Dong Jun nodded and said, Let's get on the helicopter. This helicopter is very big. It's enough to fit all of us. Yang Ming nodded and got on the helicopter with the others. The space on the helicopter was really big because this helicopter was used to transport living materials and experimental equipment for Yang Ming and the others. A small helicopter naturally couldn't do the job. So at this time, when everyone got on, there was still a lot of space. However, there weren't many seats on the helicopter. The back row was a storage space, but Yang Ming and the others didn't need to sit on the seats at all. The seats were given to the two pregnant women, Xiao Susu, Yi, and the two ladies, Xia Shui and Lan Ling. The rest of the men sat directly on the floor of the warehouse. Lan Ling commanded Dong Jun to fly to Lan Miao Village in front. Before Elder Yu woke up, Lan Ling wanted to bring this news back to Lan Miao Village so that her grandmother could capture all of Elder Yu's direct subordinates in one fell swoop. As for the people of Elder Yu's Miao Village, Lan Ling didn't want to do anything to them. After all, those people were ordinary people and innocent. When Elder Yu killed them, they would naturally move to Lan Miao Village to live. In Lan Miao Village, a guard in charge of night duty suddenly heard the sound of a helicopter in the sky. He was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately used the walkie-talkie to inform his superior. His superior also immediately reported this news to the current leader of Lan Miao Village, Lan Ling's grandmother, Grandma Lon was a little puzzled when she heard that a helicopter was flying over at this time. However, as the person in charge of Lon Miao Village, she immediately brought Elderzwa, the deputy chief, and the rest to the open space outside Lon Miao Village. She used binoculars to look at the helicopter that was flying quickly towards them. Madame Lon, this helicopter is probably flying towards us. Eldersville looked in the direction of the helicopter in the sky and said with a frown, "After all, other than Lon Miao Village, there were no other Miao villages here. It wasn't a tourist attraction, so the helicopter's destination was most likely Lon Miao Village. Who would come to our Lon Miao Village at this time?" Grandma Lon was also very confused. "Madame Lon, the logo on this helicopter seems to belong to Elder Yu's Miao Village." The deputy chief looked more closely and compared it with the binoculars. He suddenly frowned and said worriedly, "Elder Yu's people?" Grandma Lon was stunned. Although Lon Miao Village and Elder Yu were enemies, there had never been a large-scale conflict. This was because both sides knew that they wouldn't act rashly before they had the confidence to kill the other party in one fell swoop. Chapter 22:15. And this time, Elder Yu's people came here. What was the matter? Grandma Lon was not surprised that Elder Yu could find the location of Lon Miao Village. After all, Elder Yu left Lon Miao Village. It would be strange if he couldn't find it. However, this time, Elder Yu's people came at a strange time. It was just early in the morning. Even if he sent an envoy, he wouldn't choose this time, right? Of course, if it was a sneak attack, it was even more impossible because the reason was very simple. Who would send a helicopter for a sneak attack? With such a loud roar, even a deaf person could hear it. Moreover, how many people could a helicopter carry? Although it was a large helicopter, it could only carry a dozen people at most. It was simply courting death for such a small number of people to sneak attack Lon Miao Village. Not to mention that Lon Miao Village had 3 masters, Grandma Lon, the deputy chief, and Elderzwa. The mechanisms and whatnot were enough to deal with these people. Therefore, Grandma Lon was very puzzled and asked this question. Yes, it's strange, but the logo on the helicopter is indeed from Elder Yu's side. Elderzwa also nodded at this moment and said, "I have seen this logo before. It was in Elder Yu's Miao Village." "Why did they come at this time?" Grandma Lon frowned and asked curiously, "Elders, what do you think of this?" "I'm not sure yet, but there must be something wrong." "Madame Lon, I think there must be something fishy about this matter." Elders also couldn't understand why Elder Yu sent people here so early in the morning. What is he up to? Then we can only wait for them to land. Grandma Lon said, "But we should be alert. I'm afraid they don't have good intentions for coming at this time." Elderzwa and the deputy chief both nodded in agreement. At the same time, they were secretly alert. The helicopter was getting closer and finally landed on the open space in front of Lon Miao Village. This was Lon Miao Village's own helipad. Because Lon Miao Village was located deep in the mountains, there was usually no other means of transportation except for helicopters. Under the gaze of Grandma Lon, Elderzwa, and the deputy chief, the helicopter slowly turned off. The helicopter's hatch opened, and a familiar smiling face appeared. This made the 3 big figures of Lon Miao Village feel relieved. It was because they were too familiar with this person. It was Grandma Lan's granddaughter, Lon Ling. "Ling Ling, why are you here?" Grandma Blue looked at Lon Ling strangely as she got off the helicopter. "Grandma, we've succeeded," Lon Ling said excitedly when she saw her grandmother, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. "You succeeded? What success?" Grandma Lon was stunned. She didn't know what Lon Ling was talking about. However, Elders's expression changed slightly because he guessed something from Lon Ling's words and the helicopter that they drove back. Could it be that what Lon Ling said about success meant that they had successfully dealt with Elder Yu? Although this sounded a bit outrageous, because Lon Ling really came back and was piloting Elder Yu's helicopter, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that she had been instigated by Elder Yu, and the other was that she had defeated Elder Yu. Otherwise, how could they have gotten out of the Medicine Valley? How did he seize Elder Yu's plane? Of course, the first possibility was too small. Putting aside the fact that Lan Ling and Elder Yu were enemies, not only did Elder Yu bring disaster to Lan Miao Village, but he also chased Lan Miao Village's village master, Lan Hai, who was also Lan Ling's grandfather, all over the place. How could Lan Ling let go of this hatred? So, there was only the second possibility left. Ling Ling, do you mean that you gave Elder Yu? Elders was said in disbelief. Yes, we gave the quick cicada goo to Elder Yu. He will probably become amnesiac and gradually become a fool. Lan Ling nodded and said. Immediately after that, Yang Ming, Feng Tianlong, Lin Dongfang, Dong Jun, Lu Qianxi, and others came down from the helicopter. These people weren't Elder Yu's subordinates. This also indirectly proved that Lan Ling's words were true. They really defeated Elder Yu. You really gave the quick cicada goo to Elder Yu? Grandma Lan said in surprise. Ling Ling, you are too powerful. Elder Yu actually swallowed the quick cicada goo? Yeah, it's like this. Lan Ling told Grandma Lan, Elder Zhua, and the deputy chief how Dong Jun bewitched Elder Yu and cooperated with Yang Ming to put the quick cicada goo in Elder Yu's wine cup. Amazing, amazing. Heroes come from the young since ancient times. This saying is right. I really didn't expect this. Deputy chief sighed in shame. At first, I was afraid that Ling Ling was too young and impulsive, so I strongly opposed Lan Miao Village sending people to help her. But I didn't expect that she didn't need our help and completed the mission. Ling Ling, I apologize to you for what happened back then. I sincerely accept this matter. In the future, when you take over as the village chief of Miao Village, I will do my best to support you. I won't disobey you anymore. Deputy Chief was such a person. He was wholeheartedly for Lan Miao Village. He didn't have any selfish motives before, so once he acknowledged Lan Ling's ability, he would naturally be loyal. In fact, he was just more stubborn and conservative. He wasn't a bad person, so Lan Ling didn't blame him at all. He just didn't want to use Lan Miao Village as a bet. There was no harm in being conservative. So, Lan Ling smiled slightly and said, Deputy Chief, my grandfather should be the village chief. I won't be the village chief. After this matter is over, I will go to another place with Yang Ming to live in seclusion. Ah, that's a pity. Deputy Chief sighed, but he didn't force it. Everyone had their own ambitions. He admired Lan Ling very much now, so he wouldn't refute what Lan Ling said. In fact, in this matter, Lan Ling had just maintained a strong confidence. The one who really played a key role was Dong Jun himself. Without Dong Jun's help, Lan Ling would never be able to deal with Elder Yu so quickly. Ling Ling, you did well. This quick cicada goo, he probably took Elder Yu's life. Let alone him. Even your grandfather and I can't cure it. This quick cicada goo is a goo poison passed down from ancient times. It has been lost for a long time. Not to mention an antidote. We can't even refine another one. Grandma Lan said happily, as long as Elder Yu becomes demented, his subordinates naturally won't be a threat anymore. Chapter 22:16. Oh yeah, Grandma. We came back in such a hurry because we want you to lead the Blue Miao Village to attack Elder Yu's Miao Village and capture all of them in one fell swoop. Lan Ling said, let's stop talking and waste time. Let's get down to business first. Attack Blue Miao Village? Now. Grandma Lan was slightly stunned and then said, since Elder Yu's just been poisoned by the quick cicada goo, it must not be fully active yet. Let's wait for a few days until his Miao Village is in complete chaos before we take over. That way, we could take over Elder Yu's subordinates without much effort. If we go now, those subordinates might still be stubbornly resisting. That way, we will have to waste more effort. I see. Lan Ling thought that what Grandma said made sense. It was indeed so. Under Elder Yu's leadership, Elder Yu's Miao Village had a blind trust in him, especially after Elder Yu won a few battles with them. His subordinates flattered him even more. Even if Elder Yu was poisoned by the quick cicada goo, they would think that it was only temporary. Hence, it was not a good time to attack Elder Yu's Miao Village now. If they waited for a few more days, Elder Yu's Meow Village would be completely activated, and he would become a forgetful idiot. That way, Elder Yu's subordinates would not know what to do. By then, the loyal subordinates would form one faction, while the ordinary people would form another faction. Elder Yu's Meow Village would be in chaos, and there would be infighting. That way, they could easily take over Elder Yu's Meow Village. As for the loyal subordinates of Elder Yu, they could deal with them directly. As for the ordinary people, they could just take them into Blue Meow Village. By then, Elder Yu would not be a threat anymore. Even if the loyal subordinates resisted, it would not cause any trouble. Grandma is so thoughtful. I thought we should do it as soon as possible, but I didn't expect that it would take more effort. Lan Ling said embarrassedly. It's already not easy for you to think of reporting to us immediately. If you had chosen to do it yourselves, that would be thoughtless of you. Grandma Lan waved her hand and said, You must not have slept well, right? Come to Blue Meow Village to rest first. When you wake up, we will discuss how to deal with Elder Yu. All right, then we will go and rest first. Lan Ling nodded. She was very familiar with Lan Meow Village. As she spoke, she brought Yang Ming and the rest to find a guest room to rest. As for Yang Ming and the others, they were very tired after the long and stressful journey. They followed Lan Ling to the guest room and rested. Grandma Lan, the deputy chief, and Elder Zua gathered all the core members of Blue Meow Village and held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Elder Yu. Elder Yu's Meow Village. At this moment, it was indeed like what Grandma Lan had analyzed. It was a little chaotic. Of course, it was Elder Yu himself who was a little confused. There was a problem, and others hadn't discovered it yet. Elder Yu woke up early in the morning and went to the bathroom in a daze. Little Think Tank hurriedly walked over to support Elder Yu, but Elder Yu waved his hand and walked in the direction of the bathroom. When Elder Yu finished using the toilet and wanted to go back, he was a little dizzy. Huh? What was I doing in the toilet just now? Elder Yu, what did you say? Little Think Tank heard Elder Yu's words and quickly ran over. What did I say? What did I say? Elder Yu was also stunned. Elder Yu, you just said what you were doing in the toilet. Little Think Tank explained. Did I say that? Oh, I think I said it. Right. I came to the toilet to go to the toilet. Elder Yu shook his head and returned to the room with the help of Little Think Tank, but he suddenly saw a table of banquet in the room, and he was stunned. I drank yesterday? Yeah, Elder Yu, what happened to you? Little Think Tank felt inexplicable. Why did Elder Yu look weird this morning? Could it be that he hasn't sobered up yet? Really? I drank by myself? Elder Yu was even more inexplicable. Why would I drink when I have nothing to do? Elder Yu, you haven't woken up yet. Are you still drunk? Little Think Tank finally couldn't help but ask. You drank with Senior Falcon yesterday. If you haven't woken up yet, then sleep a little longer. I drank with Falcon? Yes, I came here to drink with Brother Dongjun. Elder Yu nodded and remembered yesterday's matter. So he said, Where's Brother Dongjun now? Senior Falcon flew the helicopter to the Medicine Valley early in the morning. He said that you discussed with him and came up with a good idea, so he couldn't wait to go. Said Little Think Tank. We discussed again and came up with a good idea? Really? Elder Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. He tried to recall the content of the conversation with Dongjun yesterday, but he couldn't remember it. So he said, I'll sleep for a while. I seem to be a little confused. I haven't sobered up yet. Elder Yu felt that he drank too much yesterday, so he wasn't very sober, but he didn't think much about it. He went to bed and continued to sleep. Little Think Tank shook his head and looked at the wine bottle on the table. He thought the two of them did drink a lot yesterday, but Senior Falcon seemed to be very sober before. Could it be that Senior Falcon's alcohol tolerance is so high? That's really amazing. Little Think Tank didn't think much about it. He closed the door for Elder Yu and went out of Elder Yu's room. When Elder Yu woke up again, it was already 2 hours later. This time, Elder Yu was very sober, but he still found that his memory was very bad, and his forgetfulness was very bad. When he just woke up, he even forgot why he set up a table full of banquets, let alone why he drank with him. However, after all, the quick cicada voodoo had just been activated. It had just merged into Elder Yu's body, and the venom secreted was not enough to make all of Elder Yu's memories disappear. So after careful thinking, he finally remembered that the person who ate and drank with him yesterday was Dong Jun. However, where is Dong Jun now? Thinking of this, Elder Yu quickly called Little Think Tank, Little Think Tank. Fortunately, he still remembered Little Think Tank's name. Elder Yu, you are awake. Little Think Tank walked in and said respectfully, "And I'm awake. Right, I want to ask you something. Where is Dong Jun?" Asked Elder Yu. Little Think Tank was taken aback and said, "Elder Yu, didn't I just tell you before? Senior Falcon flew the helicopter to the Medicine Valley early in the morning. He said that you had a good idea with him, so he couldn't wait to go." Chapter 22:17. You just finished talking to me? Yes, I seem to have said it in the morning. Elder Yu was reminded by Little Think Tank and remembered the previous matter. Yes, I just finished talking to you. Little Think Tank nodded his head. He left in the early morning? That's not quite right. This is not in line with his style. Elder Yu frowned. He was not a fool. Dong Jun's approach was obviously a bit abnormal, which made him feel that things were not so simple. Why did Dong Jun have to go to the Medicine Valley in the early morning? Wasn't there a problem? Couldn't he wait until he was awake before going to the Medicine Valley? Moreover, even if he went to the Medicine Valley, he didn't need to go in the middle of the night, right? Not to mention that Yang Ming and others were sleeping in the middle of the night. Even if they were woken up by him, they would definitely doubt his purpose of going to the Medicine Valley in the middle of the night so impatiently. Even if Dong Jun said that he was anxious to help Yang Ming find a way to deal with Elder Yu, it was not quite reasonable. Using reverse thinking to reason, then if Dong Jun left in the early morning, wouldn't Elder Yu suspect him? Elder Yu himself felt that something was wrong. Yang Ming was not a fool. How could he not notice the problem? Thinking of this, Elder Yu suddenly frowned, because he found that things did not seem to be simple. Little Think Tank, you immediately send someone to the Medicine Valley to check what Dong Jun is doing there. No need, we will go there personally. Elder Yu waved his hand and said, "Okay." Little Think Tank nodded and also realized that something was wrong. He quickly ran out to prepare the helicopter. After Little Think Tank left, the more Elder Yu thought about it, the more he felt that there was a problem. Indeed, Dong Jun's approach was a bit abnormal. Moreover, he seemed to have a problem. He seemed to be very forgetful. He couldn't remember what had just happened yesterday. He could only vaguely remember it when someone reminded him. Intuition told Elder Yu that there was something wrong with his body, but he hadn't thought of the specific problem yet. He hoped that it was just because he drank too much and that there was no other situation. Now, Elder Yu only wanted to determine one question. Where was Dong Jun? Was he in the Medicine Valley? If he was not in the Medicine Valley, then where was he? Thinking that something might have happened to Dong Jun, Elder Yu was burning with anxiety. After half an hour, Little Think Tank finally prepared the helicopter. Originally, the previous helicopter was easier to prepare, but it was driven away by Dong Jun. It was not easy to prepare, repair, and refuel a new helicopter, so half an hour was considered very fast. After finishing, Little Think Tank quickly ran back and reported the progress to Elder Yu. Elder Yu, the helicopter is ready. We can take off at any time. Helicopter? Why do you want a helicopter? Elder Yu forgot about the previous matter again. Elder Yu, didn't you say that we were going to the Medicine Valley? Shall we go and see Senior Falcon? The Little Think Tank said with some doubt. He also saw that there was something wrong with Elder Yu today, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Oh, right, we're going to the Medicine Valley. Let's hurry. After being reminded by Little Think Tank, Elder Yu also remembered that he had to go to the Medicine Valley previously. He quickly nodded and responded. All right, the helicopter has been arranged. Shall we depart now? Little Think Tank asked. Yes, let's go now. Elder Yu impatiently stood up and then quickly walked outside with Little Think Tank. When they came to the tarmac of Elder Yu's Meow Village, a helicopter was ready and was about to take off. Elder Yu and Little Think Tank got on the helicopter, and then Little Think Tank quickly steered the helicopter and flew in the direction of the Medicine Valley. Elder Yu was extremely nervous along the way. On the way to the Medicine Valley, he kept urging Little Think Tank to speed up, and Little Think Tank also increased the speed of the helicopter to the extreme. However, a helicopter was a helicopter after all. It was impossible to be faster than a rocket. Even if Elder Yu urged them, they still took a long time to reach the Medicine Valley. However, when the helicopter just arrived above the Medicine Valley, Elder Yu felt that something was not quite right. This was an intuition. He couldn't tell what was wrong, but it was indeed not quite right. This Medicine Valley seemed to lack the vitality from before. Moreover, it was already morning. Why was there no one in the Medicine Valley? Generally, when the helicopter arrived, even if Yang Ming and the others did not all come out, someone would come out to take a look. However, this time, the helicopter was about to land, but still no one appeared. Elder Yu frowned and felt that something was not quite right. But even so, he still waited for the helicopter to land before getting off the helicopter. He was a cautious person. Although he was anxious, he would not take risks. Little think tank, why is there no one here? Elder Yu was now not only worried about the lack of people, but the key question was, where was the helicopter that Dong Jun drove? He finally understood why he felt that something was wrong before. It was because not only was there no one here, but there was also no helicopter. Such a big thing could be seen at a glance. It was impossible to not see it or hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Now, the helicopter was gone, so there was only one possibility. The helicopter was not in the Medicine Valley at this moment. If it was not in the Medicine Valley, where could it be? Thinking of this, Elder Yu's face suddenly became ugly. He felt that he seemed to have been fooled. He had been fooled by Dong Jun. This kid didn't seem to be so honest. Could it be that he really betrayed and was in cahoots with Yang Ming? Thinking of this possibility, Elder Yu felt that his face was trembling. He was too angry. I don't know. Should I go and take a look? Little Think Tank was also a little puzzled. Why is there no one in this Medicine Valley? And I don't know where Senior Falcon's helicopter is. Let's go and take a look. Elder Yu said immediately, no, let's go together. Let's go. With that said, Elder Yu and Little Think Tank walked quickly in the direction of the townhouses. However, when they were about to reach the townhouses, their hearts suddenly sank because the doors of the townhouses where Yang Ming lived were not even closed. See if there is anyone inside, Elder Yu said anxiously. Chapter 22:18. After Little Think Tank listened to Elder Yu's words, he quickly ran into the townhouse. Then, he looked at the situation inside, but he found that there was no one inside. His face suddenly turned pale. Elder Yu, there is no one here. What? No one? Elder Yu's face suddenly turned black. He quickly walked to the front of the townhouse and looked at the situation inside. The expression on his face was even worse, because it was obvious that they left in a hurry. They didn't even fold the quilt. Their clothes were also left here, but there was no one. Elder Yu knew that this was definitely not the people in this house who went to work. Because if they went to work, it was impossible not to fold the quilt, and the door would not be so wide open. Although there were only a few of them here, it was impossible for there to be a thief, so they would not lock the door. However, the door should at least be closed. This was a matter of etiquette. However, Elder Yu still did not give up. He frowned and said, let's go. Let's go to other places and see if they're in the workshop. Okay. Little Think Tank also realized that something was wrong, but he saw that Elder Yu's expression was not good, so he did not dare to say anything. He accompanied Elder Yu out of the townhouse villa, and the two of them walked to the workshop on the side. Inside the workshop, it was also very messy, and there was no one. What made Elder Yu most annoyed was that the petri dishes of the voodoo were taken away. Of course, when Lan Ling and the others left, they wouldn't take the other luggage, but they would take the petri dishes related to the Herculean voodoo and Vajra voodoo. These things couldn't be left to Elder Yu. Elder Yu originally hoped to find something in the workshop, but he found nothing. As for the other petri dishes and the like, Elder Yu had a lot of them himself, but they were all useless things. Fuck his mother. Elder Yu finally couldn't help but curse. He was really angry. These people actually colluded with Dong Jun to escape. Now, Elder Yu hadn't realized that he was voodooed by Dong Jun. Although he was a little forgetful and felt that there was something wrong with his body, he hadn't thought in that direction yet. He just thought that Dong Jun secretly cooperated with Yang Ming. After gaining his trust, Dong Jun tricked a helicopter and used the helicopter to take Yang Ming and others away from here. After all, Elder, you didn't know that Yang Ming and the rest could leave the Medicine Valley at any time if they wanted to. There was no need for them to collude with Dong Jun to deceive him. Elder, you, please calm down. It's all my fault. If only I didn't let Falcon leave. Since Falcon was a traitor, he naturally couldn't be called a senior anymore. It's not your fault. Even I was careless in making friends. Even I was deceived by him, let alone you. Elder, you did not blame Little Think Tank. After all, Little Think Tank did not know that Dong Jun was a traitor. Even Elder Yu himself did not see it, let alone others. Sigh, then what should we do now? Little Think Tank asked. Forget it. Let's go back first. They probably left and won't come back for a while. They might have gone to Lan Miao Village. We can't go to Lan Miao Village to catch them, right? Elder Yu shook his head and said helplessly, Elder Yu, what I don't understand is that your current Vajragu has already surpassed ordinary Vajragu by a lot. It's even more powerful than ordinary Vajragu. Why don't you attack Blue Miao Village? Even if your Jin Gangu is not repaired by the original Jin Gangu and needs blood to be sacrificed, it won't affect us from attacking Lan Miao Village, right? Little Think Tank asked, puzzled. There are some things that you don't understand. Elder Yu waved his hand and didn't say much. Although his Vajra Voodoo was many times more powerful than the ordinary Vajra Voodoo, and there were no other flaws except for the continuous use of blood sacrifice. In fact, this was not the case because Elder Yu knew a big secret. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to go to Lan Miao Village easily. There was a sacrificial hall in Blue Miao Village. There was a mysterious power inside that could resist Elder Yu's modified version of the Vajra Voodoo. Elder Yu's Vajra Voodoo was an evil witchcraft that had been banned for thousands of years. In order to gain strength, Elder Yu used a witchcraft sacrificial method to create a modified version of the Vajra Voodoo. However, the Vajra Voodoo in his body would unconsciously become restless when it encountered the mysterious power of Blue Miao Village's sacrificial hall, as if it was going to devour him. This was also discovered by Elder Yu when he went to Lan Miao Village many years ago, but he didn't tell anyone. This was his weakness, but as long as he didn't go to Lan Miao Village, he wouldn't be in danger. Later on, Elder Yu looked up a lot of ancient books and information and finally found a reasonable solution. One was to eliminate Lan Hai because he had the inheritance of the sacrificial hall. All the village leaders of Lan Miao Village had the inheritance of the sacrificial hall. As long as the village leader was eliminated, the mysterious power of the sacrificial hall would disappear and it would no longer be a threat to Elder Yu. This was also the reason why Elder Yu had been looking for Lan Hai and wanted to eliminate him. Otherwise, although Lan Hai's goo was powerful, he was on par with Elder Yu. Moreover, Elder Yu had the modified Jin Gang goo, so it was easy for him to eliminate Lan Hai. However, Lan Hai was too cunning. He hid here and there, so Elder Yu couldn't find him. As long as he didn't eliminate him, he couldn't attack Lan Miao Village. This was also the reason why Elder Yu delayed and didn't attack Lan Miao Village. What he said to others about the time not being right was actually just an excuse. The most important thing was that he was afraid of that mysterious power. However, this was his ultimate secret. He couldn't say it to anyone, including the people around him and his subordinates. He couldn't even say it to his closest subordinate, Little Think Tank. This was because this was related to his biggest secret, and he couldn't let anyone know about it. If Lan Miao Village knew about this, they would become fearless because they weren't worried that Elder Yu would attack Lan Miao Village, so they would focus on researching other things. In that case, Elder Yu wouldn't be able to delay Lan Miao Village in terms of defense. Another solution was actually very simple. That was to consume a complete version of the Jin Gang goo and use the complete version of the Jin Gang goo to mix with this modified version of the Jin Gang goo. After mixing, not only would the power of the modified version of the Jin Gang goo be retained, but would also prevent the modified version of the Jin Gang goo from being refined with blood. It would become a pure Jin Gang goo. This way, they wouldn't be afraid of the mysterious power of Lan Miao Village. Chapter 2219. Therefore, Elder Yu repeatedly forgave Yang Ming and the others after their repeated provocations and didn't do anything to them. Otherwise, with Elder Yu's temper, even if Yang Ming also took the Jin Ganggu and couldn't do anything to him, he could still kill a few people around Yang Ming as a warning to others. At the very least, he could kill Xia Shui and Lan Ling first. But Elder Yu didn't dare to do so. It was better to be safe than sorry. This threat might backfire on Yang Ming and kill the people around Yang Ming. If Yang Ming simply quit, then he could forget about refining the Jin Ganggu. Elder Yu had always been very depressed about this. He could only coax people like Yang Ming and use other methods to destroy their confidence and make them willingly refine Gu for him. But he couldn't force them too much as he was afraid that things would go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. But in the end, he still didn't get the complete version of the Jin Ganggu. Without the complete version of the Jin Ganggu, he couldn't fuse with his modified version of the Jin Ganggu. So, looking at the empty medicinal valley, he was very unwilling. Elder Yu stared blankly at everything in the medicinal valley, his expression uncertain. After a while, the little think tank saw that Elder Yu didn't speak and was immediately puzzled. He probed, "Elder Yu, what should we do now?" Elder Yu was stunned and turned to look at the little think tank, saying, "What do you mean, what should we do? What are you talking about?" The little think tank was also stunned. "Elder Yu," I said, "this place is empty. What should we do next?" "What do you mean this place is empty?" Why am I here?" After Elder Yu said this, he looked at his surroundings in surprise. "Isn't this the medicinal valley?" "Little think tank, why are we in the medicinal valley?" "Elder Yu, what's wrong with you?" Little think tank looked at Elder Yu and felt a little scared. "Elder Yu, we are in the medicine valley. Didn't you ask me to bring you here to see if Dong Jun and the rest are in the medicine valley?" "Oh right, Dong Jun, I remember now." After Elder Yu was reminded by little think tank, he suddenly remembered the previous matter. He slapped his thigh and scolded, "This Dong Jun is too dishonest. He actually lied to me and stole my helicopter. Let's go back first. They must have gone to Blue Meow Village." "Okay." Little think tank nodded and walked to the helicopter with Elder Yu. After the two people boarded the helicopter, they flew in the direction of Elder Yu's Hmong village again. However, when the helicopter flew to the Hmong village and Elder Yu got off the helicopter, tragedy happened again. "Little think tank, what are we doing? Why are you taking a helicopter?" "We just came back from the Medicine Valley." Little think tank replied. "Medicine Valley? What are we going to do in the Medicine Valley?" Elder Yu frowned. "Are we going to see Yang Ming?" No, it's like this." Little tactician suddenly broke into a sweat. He had no choice but to tell Elder Yu what happened before. "It was Dong Jun who drove the helicopter to the Medicine Valley. Then yes, it's like this. I remember now." Elder Yu listened to Little Think Tank's explanation and nodded suddenly. He scolded, "Dong Jun, this bastard." "Elder Yu, there's something that I don't know if I should say." Little Think Tank smiled bitterly and asked carefully, "What is it?" "You're my little think tank. What can you say to me?" "Hurry up and say it." Elder Yu said. "Yes." Little think tank nodded and asked carefully, "Elder Yu, is there something wrong with your memory?" "My memory?" After Elder Yu was slightly taken aback, he also frowned. Before this, he suspected that there was something wrong with his memory. How could he be so forgetful? Many things were forgotten in the blink of an eye. The reason why Elder Yu didn't continue to study his memory problem was that he forgot to continue to study. "Yeah, Elder Yu, why do I feel that your memory seems to be very bad?" Little think tank said. "Damn, it must be Dong Jun who did something to me." Elder Yu slapped his thigh and said, "It must be like this. This guy harmed me." "Elder Yu, you said that your memory problem was caused by Dong Jun?" Little think tank was shocked and asked quickly, "I don't know for the time being, but it should be." Elder Yu nodded hurriedly and said, "I have to retreat for a few days to check the condition of my body and see if there's a problem. Don't disturb me for anything, yes." "Elder Yu." Little think tank nodded. He still didn't know what was wrong with Elder Yu. If he knew that Elder Yu was poisoned with the quick cicada voodoo and there was no cure, what would he think? However, at this moment, Little think tank had an almost blind confidence in Elder Yu. In his opinion, Elder Yu could definitely easily solve the problem. Even if he was poisoned, Elder Yu could detoxify the poison. This was because Elder Yu was a goo expert. Moreover, he was also a poison expert. He was very proficient in detoxification. Therefore, Elder Yu retreated without warning. The entire Miao village of Elder Yu didn't know that there was actually a problem with Elder Yu. Everyone still continued with their own things in an orderly manner. Lan Miao village. Yang Ming, Lan Ling, Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, Lin Dongfang, Lu Qianqi, Chen Xiaojing, Lu Yezi, Yi, and Dong Jun appeared in the meeting room of Lan Miao village after a period of rest. You are all awake? That's great. Now, you can tell me in detail about your experience during this period. Grandma Lan was very curious about everyone's experience during this period. She wanted to ask before this. Okay, let me tell you. Lan Ling volunteered and began to talk about everything that happened during this period in the Medicine Valley, including how everyone came up with a solution to deal with Elder Yu together, studied the Vigor Voodoo and Jin Gang Voodoo together, and even the wedding ceremony. Everything was told to Grandma Lan without missing a single detail. I didn't expect that so many things would happen during this period of time. It wasn't easy for you to research these two types of venomous insects. However, I didn't expect that you would succeed in the end. Grandma Lan nodded with a smile. Ling Ling, I really admire you. Since you left, I have been studying the Vigor Voodoo, but I haven't made any progress. The one who spoke was a handsome young man. He was the person that Yang Ming saw at the airport. After seeing who this person was, Yang Ming was suddenly embarrassed. Chapter 2220. This person was the brother Rong who was misunderstood by Yang Ming to have a relationship with Lan Ling and infected her with AIDS. Haha, of course. Look at who helped me. Yang Ming is very powerful. Brother Rong, this time, in terms of voodoo, you have to admit defeat, right? Lan Ling said proudly. But after she finished speaking, she looked at Yang Ming with a mischievous look. Yeah, this time I really admit defeat. The pretty boy called Brother Rong nodded and said. Yang Ming saw this pretty boy and suddenly felt a little embarrassed, especially Lan Ling's glance. It made Yang Ming feel a little embarrassed. From Lan Ling's text message, Yang Ming thought that this pretty boy had some relationship with Lan Ling obviously. Lan Ling's glance was also a little teasing to Yang Ming. Brother Rong, have you recovered from your illness? Asked Lan Ling. That AIDS? Oh, I gave myself another voodoo, and it has been neutralized, said the pretty boy. Ugh, you can actually cure AIDS? Can you get some medical award? Yang Ming opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect the pretty boy to be so powerful. How is this a cure? It's just fighting poison with poison. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to cultivate that kind of voodoo. Even if it is cultivated, it is risky to give this voodoo to ordinary people. If I give it to myself, I can make an adjustment plan according to the body's adverse reactions at any time. The pretty boy smiled bitterly. It turns out to be like this. Yang Ming nodded and knew that this method couldn't be implemented. Just like Elder Yu's Vajra voodoo, it couldn't be used on a large scale because the number of catalytic enzymes was limited. Grandma, what should we do now? Asked Lan Ling. It's not clear yet. Our informant in Elder Yu's Miao village hasn't sent any information yet. Grandma Lan said, Our informant in Elder Yu's Miao village is just an ordinary person. He can't access too many core secrets, so he can only make judgments based on the situation. So let's wait and see. I see. Okay. Then let's stay in Lan Miao village first. Lan Ling nodded and said, Let's stay first. Moreover, although Elder Yu's quick cicada voodoo has matured, it still needs a few days to fully activate. At most, he has a bad memory, but he won't forget the deeper memories. So, let's wait a few days. When his quick cicada voodoo fully activates, then we'll deal with him, said Grandma Lan. Everyone nodded their heads. After the meeting, they stayed in Lan Miao village with peace of mind. Everyone was already used to living in the Medicine Valley. Apart from the fact that Blue Miao village was not located in the valley, the climate and environment were similar to the Medicine Valley. Therefore, everyone was used to it. Moreover, since they stayed, the pretty boy called Brother Rome began to pester Yang Ming, Lu Qianxi, Lin Dongfang, and the others to ask about voodoo. These people had been in the Medicine Valley for so long. Their research and refinement of voodoo was even better than the pretty boy. So, how could the pretty boy let go of this good opportunity to learn? Brother Yang, this Herculean voodoo can actually use spring water and the secretion of the quick cicada voodoo as a nutrient. It's really strange. How'd you find out? So powerful? The pretty boy said with admiration for Yang Ming. Puffed. Where did you get this seniority from? You call me brother and Lan Ling's sister. What kind of logic is that? Said Yang Ming as he glared at him. Huh, aren't we talking about our own? Said the pretty boy. Brother Yang, let's not talk about this first. Let's continue to discuss the voodoo. Okay. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. Lan Ling couldn't help but laugh too. In the evening, Grandma Lan received a message from Elder Yu's Meow Village. Elder Yu is actually in close cultivation. At present, all the affairs of Elder Yu's Meow Village were handled by Elder Yu's confidant, the little think tank. Of course, no one knew why Elder Yu was in close cultivation. Even the people of Elder Yu's Meow Village didn't know. Probably only the little think tank knew, but the little think tank didn't say anything, so no one else could get the news. Before Lan Meow Village had further news, they could only choose to wait for the latest news from Elder Yu's Meow Village. Of course, it had been almost a day since they arrived at Lan Meow Village. Yang Ming had not completely dealt with Elder Yu, so he did not report the situation to Xia Bingbao of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He had to wait until Elder Yu was completely dealt with before reporting. It should be soon, so a few more days wouldn't make a difference. On the other hand, Lu Yezi was not in a hurry to report to Sun Sikong and Mo Kongwen. He believed that they should have monitored the situation here through the jade pendant and glasses. Even without these two things, they could judge that everyone was fine from what happened in the Medicine Valley. Time quickly passed, and 3 days passed. In Elder Yu's Meow Village, Elder Yu had been in close cultivation for 3 days, but there was still no news. The little think tank suddenly became a little anxious. Even if Elder Yu was in close cultivation, it was impossible for him to not contact the outside world at all. The little think tank could contact Elder Yu in 2 days at most, but this time, there was no news from Elder Yu for 3 days. The little think tank was really anxious. He decided that if there was no news from Elder Yu tomorrow, and if Elder Yu didn't contact him, he had to go to the place where Elder Yu was in close cultivation to take a look. He had to check if there was any problem with Elder Yu. The little think tank's prediction was not wrong. There was indeed a problem with Elder Yu. In the secret room, Elder Yu had already found the problem in his body. After careful inspection and searching, he finally found an extra thing in his body, which was the quick cicada goo. Although Elder Yu was not very familiar with the quick cicada goo, he personally put this thing in Lin Dongfang's body. So after Elder Yu carefully checked his body several times, he still found the trace of this quick cicada goo. Of course, he didn't know that this was the quick cicada goo at first, but after some speculation, he could roughly judge that the goo in him was the quick cicada goo after connecting it with his amnesia and forgetfulness. Although Elder Yu didn't know how Lin Dongfang removed the quick cicada voodoo and took it out, 90% of the voodoo in his body was undoubtedly the quick cicada voodoo. This kind of independent voodoo was rare. Considering Dong Jun's previous situation, this voodoo should be given to him by Dong Jun. Elder Yu was furious when he thought of the cause and effect of this matter. He really didn't expect that the thing that he used to deal with others would be used on him in the end. Chapter 22-21. In the past few days, Elder Yu's memory was rapidly deteriorating. He often forgot what he was thinking about before. He had to think for a long time before he could remember what he was thinking about before. So, as a last resort, Elder Yu could only record his thoughts on paper. When he couldn't remember, he could take a look at it. Only then could he remember what happened before. However, Elder Yu didn't hate Dong Jun the most, but Yang Ming. In his opinion, Dong Jun's rebellion should be entirely caused by Yang Ming. He was instigated by Yang Ming. When Dong Jun first came here, he shouldn't have rebelled. He must have rebelled after going to the Medicine Valley, because Yang Ming said something. Therefore, Elder Yu hated Yang Ming very much. He felt that all of this was caused by Yang Ming. All along, Elder Yu didn't really want to kill Yang Ming. Even if he threatened him, he didn't really want to kill him because he had to let Yang Ming help him refine voodoo. Even if he wanted to kill Yang Ming, he had to wait for Yang Ming to successfully refine the voodoo before doing it. But now, Elder Yu had an unprecedented murderous intent in his heart. He had to let Yang Ming die to vent the hatred in his heart. As the saying goes, even if you die, you have to drag someone down with you. Therefore, after he found that his memory had become amnesiac, he also knew that there was no cure for it. He was very clear about the quick cicada voodoo. If he could cure it in the beginning, he would have already cured Lin Dongfang. Why wait until now? So this time, he simply didn't even study it. After knowing that he was afflicted with the quick cicada voodoo, he knew that he had no hope. It was impossible for him to take out the voodoo worm. His Jin Gang voodoo had reached the level of not being damaged at all. There was no possibility of taking out the quick cicada voodoo. Yang Ming. Yang Ming. I really didn't expect that Elder Yu, who has been wise all my life, would be defeated by you in the end. You kid are really patient. Elder Yu sighed helplessly. A loss was a loss. Elder Yu didn't have a temper that refused to admit defeat. Many things were like this. Victory and defeat could be decided in an instant. One moment, one still had the advantage, but the next moment, one might be defeated. The only thing that Elder Yu regretted was that he should have killed Yang Ming earlier. This time, although he was defeated, there was no chance to make a comeback. He was afflicted with the quick cicada voodoo, and there was no cure. However, Elder Yu was a little unwilling. He wanted Yang Ming to die too. Therefore, in these few days, he wrote his hatred on Yang Ming's name. He wrote Yang Ming on a piece of paper. He always reminded himself that his enemy was Yang Ming. He couldn't forget. If there was a chance, he must drag Yang Ming down with him. Since he couldn't find a way to deal with the quick cicada voodoo, Elder Yu simply began to think of a way to kill Yang Ming. He had to find a way to harm Yang Ming before he completely lost his memory. Otherwise, he would forget everything in the end, and he would be a fool. He wouldn't be able to harm Yang Ming even if he wanted to. During the time of the retreat, what Elder Yu did every day was to recite Yang Ming's name several times every once in a while so that he could remember this big enemy. Then, he began to plan on how to kill Yang Ming on the paper. On the fourth day, the little think tank couldn't help it. He came to the place where Elder Yu was in retreat, knocked on the door, and then said carefully, "Elder Yu, are you there? How is it? Who is it? Come in." Elder Yu still vaguely remembered that this was his territory, so he wasn't afraid. It was just that the voice of the person who spoke at the door was a little familiar, but Elder Yu didn't quite remember who it was. "Elder Yu, you're fine. That's great." The little think tank carefully pushed the door and walked in, then said, "I thought something happened when you didn't say anything for so many days. You are..." Elder Yu frowned and looked at the familiar stranger in front of him, but he couldn't remember who he was. "I'm the little think tank." The little think tank was stunned and said, "Elder Yu, you don't recognize me? Little think tank. Little think tank." Elder Yu repeated this name in his mouth, but after repeating it a few times, he frowned again. It seemed that he still couldn't remember who the little think tank in front of him was. "Elder Yu, how did you forget everything?" The little think tank was even more horrified. "I'm a little think tank, your subordinate." "Oh, I seem to have a little impression. You're the little think tank, my subordinate." Elder Yu nodded and looked like he remembered. In fact, he didn't remember anything. In these 2 days, the only thing he still remembered in his mind was that Yang Ming was his enemy, and he wanted to deal with Yang Ming. As for other things, he had already forgotten them completely. "That's great. Elder Yu, it's good that you remember me. You've been in retreat for so long. What happened? Do you have any orders for me to do?" The little think tank said quickly. "How's the situation on Yang Ming's side?" Elder Yu didn't think about anything else now. He only thought about how to kill Yang Ming. Yang Ming. The little think tank was slightly stunned. He thought, Elder Yu's memory isn't good. He actually still remembers Yang Ming. However, he didn't dare to ask more and quickly said, According to our informant in Lan Miao Village, Yang Ming and Dong Jun really went to Lan Miao Village. They are now living in Lan Miao Village, but they had a few meetings with Madame Lan, Elder Zhua, and the deputy chief of Lan Miao Village. However, we don't know the specific content of the meetings because our people can't infiltrate the high-level. Oh, I got it. Elder Yu nodded and picked up a few pieces of paper beside him. He looked at them for a long time before he figured out who Lan Miao Village, Madame Lan, Elder Zhua, and the deputy chief were. Otherwise, he would have already forgotten. Elder Yu then now, the little think tank asked hesitantly. He didn't know what to do next. Nothing. You go out first. I will continue to retreat. Elder Yu nodded and said, now you go out and take charge of the affairs of the Miao Village. This, yes. The little think tank saw that Elder Yu didn't seem to want to say anything more, so he could only nod. He turned around and left Elder Yu's room. The reason why Elder Yu did this was that he didn't want his Miao Village to be in chaos. Once the news of Elder Yu losing his memory and becoming an idiot spread, his Miao Village would definitely be in chaos. At that time, these people would definitely disperse and seek refuge in other Miao villages. They would no longer wait for death here. Elder Yu must think of a way to retaliate against Yang Ming before this happened. Although the little think tank was very confused, he still went out to take charge of the affairs of the Miao Village according to Elder Yu's instructions. Chapter 22:22. As for Elder Yu, he naturally continued his closed-door cultivation in the room to formulate a plan to deal with Yang Ming. After careful consideration, he really found a plan to deal with Yang Ming. It was a perfect plan in his opinion. Now he just had to wait for Yang Ming to take the bait, Blue Miao Village. They received news that Elder Yu was still in closed-door cultivation. Elder Yu's first subordinate, Little Tactician, was managing the village's affairs. This news made the people of Blue Miao Village very confused. Why hadn't Elder Yu's quick cicada goo taken effect yet? Or had it already taken effect, but Little Tactician kept it under wraps? In Blue Miao Village's meeting hall, a high-level meeting was held again. Elder Zhua, what do you think about this? Grandma Lan looked at Elder Zhua. Elder Zhua was a very intelligent elder in Miao Village. Together with the former Elder Yu, they were the two right-hand men of Blue Miao Village's chief, Madame Lan. This subordinate feels that there must be a huge secret behind this matter. Elders was said, perhaps Elder Yu has become an idiot, but Little Tactician is trying his best to hide it. Or Little Tactician wants to control Elder Yu's current Miao Village. That's right. Grandma Lan nodded. Actually, I think so too. However, everything is still a suspicion now. There's no way to prove it. If Elder Yu has really become an idiot, then Little Tactician and the others are nothing to be afraid of. These people don't have powerful goo masters. Our Blue Miao Village can easily deal with them. Yes, but I'm afraid that Elder Yu is fine. Or he has found a way to get rid of the goo and deliberately went into closed-door cultivation to lure us in. The deputy chief said, so, if we want to be safe, then we can wait. There's no need to rush. We've waited for so long. There's no need to rush. Grandma Lan nodded and said, let's continue to ask for more information. Our people have already tried their best to inquire, but the little think tank's mouth is very tight. It seems that no one has revealed Elder Yu's situation, including Elder Yu's other confidants. They don't know about Elder Yu's situation. Elders was said, otherwise, there is no secret in the world. Every confidant will have some other confidants. There will always be someone who will leak it out, but now there is no news at all. So what the deputy chief said makes sense. Elder Yu might have done it on purpose, but it's also possible that the little think tank deliberately blocked the news. Grandma Lan nodded and turned to look at Lan Ling and Yang Ming. Ling, Yang Ming, are you used to living here? Of course I'm used to it. Yang Ming knew that Grandma Lan was asking him this question. After all, Lan Ling had lived here since she was young. How could she not be used to it? Hence, he smiled and said, the environment here is similar to the Medicine Valley. I'm already used to it. That's great, Grandma Lan said. We'll rest for a few more days. Once we have accurate information, We'll launch a general attack on Elder Yu's Meow Village. Although the little think tank had tried his best to block the news about Elder Yu's Hmong village, he could not hide it from Elder Yu's subordinates, even if he could hide it from the ordinary people in the village. Little think tank, what do you mean by this? Are you hiding Elder Yu and want to take the position yourself? The one who spoke was another Elder Yu subordinate, named He Gao. Yeah, do you want to hold the emperor and order the vassals? Another Elder Yu's confidant, Kuan Siyuan, also asked. This. The little think tank could only smile bitterly. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I really have no other choice. No other choice? What's that? He Gao asked with a sneer. Yeah, now you tell us obediently. Where is Elder Yu? Kuan Siyuan also asked. This. The little think tank didn't know what to say, but when he saw the two people's aggressive gazes, the little think tank could only say, well, in that case, I'll tell you. But you must not tell anyone else. Of course we won't. You tell us. He Gao said. Actually, it's like this. Little think tank started from a night Elder Yu drank with Dongjun, until Elder Yu was tricked by Dongjun. Then, the two of them chased after Dongjun to the Medicine Valley, only to find that the Medicine Valley was already empty. After returning, Elder Yu's memory seemed to have problems. The little think tank did not hide these things. After all, the two people in front of him were better than him in terms of voodoo, and he was just a think tank, so the little think tank also told the truth. What? It's actually like this? Such a big thing happened? He Gao said with a horrified expression after listening. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yeah, such a big thing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's hurry to see Elder Yu. Kuan Siyuan also said anxiously. You take us there quickly. But Elder Yu doesn't allow others to disturb him. The little think tank said with a wry smile. And he told me before not to tell others casually. Then we are also worried, said He Gao. Yeah, if Elder Yu wants to blame us, the two of us will shoulder it. Just say that we forced you to come. Kuan Siyuan also said. This okay. The little think tank had no choice but to nod. He took He Gao and Kuan Siyuan together and rushed to the place where Elder Yu was in retreat. When they arrived, the little think tank did not dare to knock on the door directly, but pointed to a door and said, Okay, here it is. You guys knock on the door. He Gao and Kuan Siyuan nodded, then knocked on the door and waited for the answer inside. But after waiting for a long time, there was a vigilant voice inside. Who is it? These people were the confidants of Elder Yu, so they could naturally distinguish that this voice was Elder Yu's voice. Elder Yu, it's me, He Gao, Kuan Siyuan, and the little think tank. He Gao said quickly and respectfully. What? Elder Yu's voice was somewhat inexplicable. Apparently, he didn't know the people who came. Let's go in. Elder Yu is like this. When he sees us, he will remember. The little think tank smiled wryly. Okay, then let's go in. He Gao also nodded, then pushed the door and walked into the room with Kuan Siyuan. Elder Yu looked at the three people who came in, and his eyes were full of vigilance. He asked, which one of you is Yangming? This. The little think tank smiled bitterly. Elder Yu, we are your subordinates. We are not Yangming. Elder Yu? Who is Elder Yu? Are you calling me? Elder Yu looked at the little think tank suspiciously and asked. Ugh, yes, you are Elder Yu. The little think tank nodded and said, and I am the little think tank. Little think tank, have you forgotten? Chapter 22-23. Elder Yu, little think tank. Elder Yu picked up a stack of paper in front of him and looked at it. After looking at it for a while, he finally nodded. I remember. I am Elder Yu. Yes, you are little think tank. Elder Yu, you finally remember? Little think tank was suddenly happy and said quickly. Yes, I remember, but who are the other two? Elder Yu looked at the people around little think tank and asked. These two are also your men. This is He Gao, and this is Kuan Siyuan. They are both your men. Little think tank introduced. Oh, He Gao, Kuan Siyuan. Elder Yu continued to look at the stack of paper in his hand, looking for the names of these two people. His memory had basically been completely lost, but he had not lost his language ability and logical thinking. He had not forgotten how to write the words, but he had almost forgotten the people and things in his memory. Yes, Elder Yu, we are Hey Gao and Kuin Cun. The two quickly nodded and said, Found it. Hey Gao, Kuin Cun, I know. Elder Yu finally found the names of the two people and then nodded to them. Well, there's nothing else. You all can go out. By the way, help me inquire about Yang Ming's news. This okay. Hey Gao and Kuin Cun also smiled bitterly and left the room with Little Think Tank. Now you see it, right? After Little Think Tank left the room, he sighed and said, Elder Yu seems to be getting more and more serious. Previously, he could remember who I was, but today it seems that he only knows who the three of us are through the names written on the paper. Yeah, what happened to Elder Yu? It can't go on like this, right? Hey Gao nodded and said, Although I don't know what happened to Elder Yu, I am afraid that he was harmed by Dong Jun. Now that I think about it, there are many suspicious points. Little Think Tank smiled bitterly. Dong Jun's departure in the middle of the night was obviously abnormal. It was against common sense, but at that time, Elder Yu and I both thought that Dong Jun was on our side. It was not until we went to the Medicine Valley that we found out that he was gone. Well, isn't it possible that Yang Ming and the others secretly subdued Dong Jun and stole the helicopter? Hey Gao hypothesized, putting aside the fact that there were no signs of a fight at the Medicine Valley. Even if they did steal the plane, if they were not in cahoots with Dong Jun, why would they bring Dong Jun along? Wouldn't it be better to just leave it in the Medicine Valley? The Little Think Tank smiled bitterly and said, Moreover, Elder Yu's sudden forgetfulness also proves this point. He must have been under some kind of trick. So that's how it is. Little tactician, you're so meticulous. We've neglected these details. Blackdot nodded. It doesn't matter. You guys weren't there in person, so naturally you don't know much about this. The Little Think Tank wasn't arrogant. Instead, he said, Most importantly, our informants in Blue Meow Village sent us news that Yang Ming and the rest appeared in Blue Meow Village. Dong Jun was there too. Therefore, Yang Ming must have instigated Dong Jun to defect. Then, now that something like this has happened, what should we do? Black Dot asked worriedly. If Elder Yu is really done for, won't we be done for too? Who knows? The Little Think Tank spread his hands helplessly. The key problem is that Elder Yu didn't give us any chance to talk at all. You saw it too. We were chased out by Elder Yu as soon as we arrived. We didn't even have a chance to discuss it. That's true. Sai, how about this? Let's go back and think about it. We'll meet again at night and specifically discuss the future of our Right Meow Village. Kuin Cun was a more ambitious person. Now, that Elder Yu was on the verge of collapse. He naturally wanted to replace Elder Yu to control the Right Meow Village. However, the Little Think Tank and Black Dot were two veteran figures. Therefore, in order to control the Right Meow Village, he had to deal with these two people first. In the Right Meow Village, there were Kuin Cun's people, but there were also Little Think Tank and Black Dot's people. If he couldn't deal with them, the Right Meow Village would definitely be divided and even become a tripartite situation. If these people couldn't be united, then the final result would be that the other Meow Village would attack and take advantage of them. Therefore, after thinking about it, Kuin Cun couldn't think of a way to completely deal with Black Dot and the Little Think Tank. The only thing he could think of was that the three of them would jointly control the Right Meow Village. However, the Little Think Tank was appointed by Elder Yu to take charge of the affairs. Then, Kuin Cun's advantage would be much smaller. What if the Little Think Tank didn't agree? Thinking of this, Kuin Cun was ready to look for Black Dot to study and see what Black Dot wanted. Therefore, Kuin Cun came to Black Dot's residence. Although Black Dot wasn't very ambitious, the temptation of having the opportunity to become one of the people who really had the final say in the Right Meow Village was still very strong. Therefore, when Kuin Cun revealed his idea to Black Dot fell silent. To be honest, to be able to control the Right Meow Village and become one of the three giants of the Right Meow Village, the life they enjoyed would definitely be completely different compared now. No matter what, they were Elder Yu's subordinates now. Their daily life and food couldn't be too luxurious. After all, Elder Yu was watching over them. However, If they became the people who had the final say in the right Meow village, then everything would be different. After pondering for a while, Black nodded and agreed with Kuan Siyuen's idea. He said, "All right, let's talk to Little Think Tank together and force him a hand over his power. The three of us will jointly control the right Meow village." Haha, I knew that, Brother Black, that isn't a pedantic person. Currently, Elder, you can only be considered as a useless person. If we don't take the opportunity to control the right Meow village now, when should we? Kuan Siyuen laughed with satisfaction. Since the two of them had reached a consensus, they naturally didn't waste any more time. They directly went to Little Think Tank's residence and prepared to blackmail him. Little Think Tank was checking the news from Blue Meow Village. In terms of loyalty, Little Think Tank was actually the most loyal one among Elder Yu subordinates. Although he was smart, he didn't have much ambition because his voodoo skills were too weak. Therefore, he was very clear about his own capabilities and didn't have the strength to be ambitious. There was still no useful news from Blue Meow Village. Yang Ming and the rest seemed to have settled down in Blue Meow Village. It didn't seem like there was anything special, other than holding a few meetings in the Meow Village. Yang Ming spent most of his time studying voodoo skills with the others. He had no intention of dealing with the right Meow Village at all. This made Little Think Tank a little confused. Chapter 22-24. If Elder Yu was really killed by Dong Jun, would they take this opportunity to attack the right Meow Village? Just as Little Think Tank was puzzled, his door was pushed open. Little Think Tank raised his head and saw that it was He Gao and Kuan Siyuen who had just parted with each other. Thus, he asked curiously, "Is there a reason why you two came at this time?" "Hee, Brother Think Tank, the two of us are here to discuss the future of the right Meow Village with you." Kuan Siyuen smiled faintly and said, "The future of the right Meow Village? What do you mean?" Little Think Tank frowned slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. Elder Yu is on the verge of death. Everyone has seen it. He is obviously no different from an idiot now. Therefore, our right Meow Village must come up with a management plan in the future. Kuan Siyuen said, "You? What do you mean? Are you trying to usurp the position?" Little Think Tank was shocked and asked, "Haha, Brother Think Tank, that's a little harsh." He Gao waved his hand and said, "Brother Kuan Siyuen, what you mean is very simple. Elder, you can't manage the Meow Village now. Therefore, we must discuss what to do in the future for the sake of the right Meow Village's future. We're not trying to usurp the position. That's right. The leader of the right Meow Village will always be Elder Yu. Even if he lost his memory and became like this, we still respect him as the leader." Kuan Siyuen nodded and said, "But he can't manage the right Meow Village now. That's a fact, right?" "That's true, but..." Little Think Tank was still a little hesitant. It was undeniable that He Gao and Kuan Siyuen were right. Moreover, they were thinking about the right Meow Village. Elder Yu's current situation was indeed not suitable to manage the right Meow Village anymore. Brother Think Tank, Brother He Gao, and I have discussed. The three of us will be the three elders of the right Meow Village. In the future, we'll be the left, middle, and right elders of the right Meow Village. All the matters of the Blue Meow Village must be discussed and decided by the three of us. Kuan Siyuen continued, "This is also for the sake of fairness. We can't let one party dominate and monopolize the power. Everything should be discussed together." Little Think Tank saw how He Gao and Kuan Siyuen were echoing each other. He knew that they had already made up their minds to become the actual controller of the right Meow Village. If he didn't agree, the two of them would definitely work together to make him a figurehead. Therefore, under the current situation, he had to agree. Moreover, the two of them were not wrong. It was impossible for Elder Yu to manage the right Meow Village if this continued. Moreover, his prestige was obviously not enough to control the entire right Meow Village. Therefore, the conditions that the two of them proposed were not too much. The Little Think Tank knew very well that this would happen sooner or later if this continued. It was just that it was brought forward now. Moreover, it was discussed by everyone. It was much better than one of them suddenly wanting to bypass the other two and control the entire right Meow Village. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the little think tank could only nod and say, "What you guys said makes sense." However, Elder You is the most powerful person in our right Meow Village. Although the three of us can handle the affairs of the Meow Village as the left, middle, and right elders, what if Blue Meow Village attacks us? But if we don't become the left, middle, and right elders to handle the affairs of the Meow Village, I'm afraid that the situation will be even worse when Blue Meow Village attacks us. Right? Kuan Siyuan said, "Moreover, Blue Meow Village hasn't done anything for so long. I guess that Yang Ming is scared. Now that he has escaped, he won't come back so easily." Kuan Siyuan had to admit that the little think tank had considered this for a long time. However, he still hoped that Blue Meow Village would not attack them. After all, it had been so long, and nothing happened to Blue Meow Village. How could they be so unlucky to attack when the three of them were in charge? We won't reveal Elder You situation. That way, Blue Meow Village won't know the exact situation. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Hey Gao said, "All right, that's the only way." The little think tank nodded in agreement. In reality, he was most worried about Yang Ming and Blue Meow Village. As for the power of right Meow Village, it was not that important. After all, if Yang Ming led Blue Meow Village to attack them, everything would be meaningless. Haha, that's great. We'll hold a meeting of all Meow Village members tonight and announce this news. Kuan Siyuan said happily. He enjoyed the promotion of power very much. He was basically one of the people who had the final say in right Meow Village now. At night, the little think tank, Kuan Siyuan, and He Gao announced the news under the shocked gazes and expressions of the right Meow Village members. They announced to those people that Elder You was cultivating in seclusion, so they were promoted to the three left, middle, and right elders. They would be in charge of all the affairs of right Meow Village temporarily. Although many people expressed their doubts as to why Elder You did not come for such an important matter, the three of them had extraordinary statuses in the right Meow Village. They were all second only to one person. Especially when the three of them announced the news together, the others had no choice but to believe it. Even if they did not believe it, there was nothing they could do. After all, apart from Elder You, the three of them had the final say in right Meow Village. Not long after right Meow Village held a meeting of all Meow Village members, Blue Meow Village also received the news. Therefore, Blue Meow Village also held an emergency meeting in the meeting hall. Grandma Lan, Elder Zhua, Deputy Chief, Yang Ming, and Lan Ling all attended the meeting. However, Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, and the rest did not attend because they did not know much about Blue Meow Village and Right Meow Village. It was useless for them to attend. They would rather accompany the pretty boy to refine the goo poison. Elders, what do you think about this? Grandma Lan told everyone about the news from Right Meow Village, then asked Elders what. Initially, the left and right elders in Meow Village were like strategists. In the past, the chief would ask for the left and right elders' opinions after he finished talking about something. Then, he would express his final opinion together with the deputy chief. After that, everyone would discuss it together. However, Elder Zhua was the only one left in Blue Meow Village. Therefore, according to the usual practice, Grandma Lan could only ask Elder Zhua, "Madam Lan, I think there's something fishy about this." Elder Zhua said, "Elder You is poisoned by the quick cicada goo and is cultivating in seclusion. It should be a low-key thing. How could he promote the left, middle, and right elders in such a big way? Moreover, Elder You is Elder You himself. How could he create another Elder You? Wouldn't the rules of Meow Village be messed up?" Chapter 22-25. Elders of... Do you mean that this was not done by Elder You, but by little tactician Kuan Siyuan and He Gao in the right Meow Village? Grandma Lan nodded and asked. That's right. Otherwise, why didn't Elder You announce it personally if there was no problem? It's such a big decision. If it were someone else, they would announce it personally, but Elder You didn't come out. What does this mean? Elders was said. This means that Elder You can't announce it at all. This should be because the three of them saw that Elder you couldn't take it anymore and became an idiot. They couldn't manage the right Meow village anymore, so they decided to let the three of them take over. It makes sense. Grandma Lon agreed with Elder's words. In that case, Elder you really can't take it anymore. Then it's time for us to attack the right Meow village. Or maybe it's because of internal strife? The deputy chief analyzed. Previously, it was the little tactician who monopolized the power after Elder you went into seclusion. But now there are two more people. Maybe these two people don't accept the little tactician, so they force the little tactician to make a decision. It had to be said that the deputy chief's speculation was basically close to the truth. That's right. However, even if it's internal strife, it also shows that Elder you is no longer able to control the right Meow village. Otherwise, with Elder you's strength, how could he allow these people to have internal strife? Grandma Lon said, so we can basically determine that Elder you's quick cicada voodoo has taken effect. Then, are we going to attack the right Meow village? Yang Ming asked. We'll go tomorrow. It's time to end it. Grandma Lon nodded and said, after so long, we can finally eliminate this traitor. The matter was settled. Early in the morning, Grandma Lon would lead people to attack the right Meow village. Everyone discussed the plan in detail. Naturally, this plan would only be notified to the people in the Meow village before they set off tomorrow. If they were notified earlier, the traitor here would probably send the news immediately. Although the right Meow village was like a toothless tiger without Elder you, there was no need to be afraid. The others had no ability to resist at all. However, if they were prepared, it would be difficult to deal with these people when they were driven to desperation. On Granny Land's side, she did not want to waste a single soldier. She wanted to annex the right Meow village. Naturally, she could not leak the news beforehand. When the time came, they would be caught off guard. That way, they could completely wipe out the right Meow village in one fell swoop. That night was undoubtedly an exciting one. Yang Ming, Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui were all very excited. Their mission when they came to Miaojiang was to eliminate Elder you. Tomorrow, this wish would be fulfilled, and their mission would be completed satisfactorily. They could go back and report. Lu Qianxi and Chen Xiaojing were also very happy because once Elder you's matter was over, they could go back and see their parents. As for Yi, she was a little sad. Once the matter was over, she had to be separated from Lin Dongfang. Lin Dongfang could not leave the vicinity. There had to be spring water to maintain his life. Even in the past few days in Blue Meow village, Lin Dongfang had already encountered a problem once. It was Yang Ming who took him to the spring water in a helicopter overnight. Of course, Yang Ming left secretly. He did not let Elder you spy in Blue Meow village see him. After all, Blue Meow village often had helicopters flying out of the jungle to buy daily necessities in the town. Therefore, it was not eye-catching and special to have helicopters going back and forth. On the other hand, Lin Dongfang was very open-minded. He was used to the life in the mountains. If he were to return to the city, he would not be used to it. You will go back with Lu Yezi sooner or later. You should go and see the world. As for Godfather, I am used to the environment here. I don't want to leave. Lin Dongfang said, what's more, with your children accompanying me, I won't be too lonely. However, I am afraid that you and Lu Yezi will be reluctant. I will definitely be willing, said Yi. I have no problem with that. Lu Yezi quickly said, actually, according to my old man's usual style and thoughts, his children have to go out and experience the world, especially the boys. Just like me, don't I also come out to experience the world and do some dangerous missions? Therefore, it is normal for my son to stay here to experience the world. A jade that is not cut will not become useful. Since you said so, then I have nothing to worry about. Lin Dongfang laughed. He was very carefree. Early the next morning, Grandma Lon ordered Elder Zhua and Lon Ling of Blue Meow Village to lead the elite members of Blue Meow Village to Elder Yu's village. As the deputy chief and Brother Rong were guarding Blue Meow Village, they were not afraid that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble. At this time, even if Elder Yu's spy passed the news to the right Meow village, it was too late. This was because by the time they passed the news, Grandma Lon had already brought people over. They had already arrived at the right Meow village. His news was useless. The right Meow village had just had a change of power yesterday. Little Think Tank, Hey Gao, and Kuan Siyuan had just become the left, middle, and right elders. They had been celebrating the entire night. Naturally, the entire right Meow village was drinking and celebrating as well. Therefore, many people were still drunk early in the morning. Even the people on duty at the entrance of the right Meow village were dozing off with their eyes half closed. Suddenly, the few people on duty were woken up by a series of orderly footsteps. When they opened their eyes, they saw a large group of people rushing towards the right side of the Meow village. They were instantly shocked. "What's going on? Why do I see a large group of people? Are they still drunk?" said a guard as he shook his head. "A large group of people? I see them too. Could it be that I'm also dreaming?" The other guard also said in a daze, "This is bad. Someone's attacking Meow village." The third guard didn't drink as much. He was originally in a daze, but after hearing the words of the first two guards and looking at the black mass of people in front of him, he immediately realized that something was wrong. So he quickly shouted, "Attacking Meow village." When the other guards heard this, they also sobered up. They quickly picked up the bugle horn beside them and blew it, woo 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 woo. However, Grandma Lon was not afraid that he would bring people over. In Meow village, only Elder Yu was skilled in witchcraft. The other subordinate's witchcraft was nothing compared to him. On Meow village's side, Grandma Lon, Elder Zua, Lon Ling, and even Lu Tianchi were better at witchcraft than anyone except Elder Yu. Chapter 22-26. In terms of combat power, who could be a match for Lin Dongfang, Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, and the rest? Little Think Tank, Hey Gao, and Kuan Siyuan were sleeping soundly when they were woken up by the emergency horn outside the village. It was the horn that signaled the invasion of the Hmong village. They had not heard it for a long time. They only heard it during training. Therefore, the three of them took a long time to understand the meaning of the horn. They quickly put on their clothes and ran out. "Oh no, Blue Meow village is attacking us. Help! There are too many of them. What should we do? Please don't kill us. Where's Elder Yu? Please come out and fight." As soon as Little Think Tank, Hey Gao, and Kuan Siyuan came out, they heard many Hmong village people shouting in panic. What happened? What happened? Little Think Tank looked at the Hmong village people who were in a mess. He suppressed the panic in his heart and asked, "The people from Blue Meow village are attacking us. They're really attacking us. What should we do? What should we do?" An ordinary person from Hmong village screamed and explained, "What? The people from Blue Meow village are here?" Little Think Tank frowned. He did not expect that after so many days of peace, the people from Blue Meow village would finally come. Little Think Tank guessed that Elder Yu had been tampered with by Dongjun. In fact, he knew that it was only a matter of time before Blue Meow village came looking for trouble. Without Elder Yu's protection, they were no match for Elder Yu at all. Looking at how the ordinary people in the village were running away in panic, it could be seen that they were just a mob. They did not have any combat power at all. They only knew how to run and call for help. When Little Think Tank heard those voices, Hey Gao and Kuan Siyuan naturally heard them too. The two of them quickly ran out. When they saw Little Think Tank, they quickly ran over and asked, "Brother Think Tank, what happened? What's going on?" "Blue Meow village is attacking us." Little Think Tank sighed and said, "Hey Gao, Kuan Siyuan, we're no match for Blue Meow village at all. We only have two choices now. We can either surrender obediently or fight to the death. We can't rely on Elder Yu. Look at him. Do you think he'll stand up for us?" Kuan Siyuan and Hey Gao's expressions changed upon hearing Little Think Tank's words. Although they were alarmed, they had to admit that the Little Think Tank's words were very reasonable. After all, none of them surpassed Elder Yu in terms of voodoo attainments. However, Elder Yu was able to keep the right Meow village standing strong, not only because of his Gu skills, but also because of his Jin Gangu. Only the Jean Gang Gu could make the people of Lan Miao village feel such fear. In a situation where both sides were equally matched, the strength of the body played a crucial role. But now all of this had become a thing of the past, a floating cloud. At this time, Elder Yu still hadn't come out, which naturally explained some problems. He Gao and Kuan Siyuan were a little unwilling. They had just become the elders of the right Miao village, and it had only been a night. Was it going to become a thing of the past? Little think tank, the three of us are Elder Yu's trusted subordinates. Do you think the people of Lan Miao village will let us go even if we surrender now? Kuan Siyuan said, We're almost at a dead end now. Yeah, Kuan Siyuan is right. Even if we surrender, we won't be treated well. So, it's better to fight to the death. He Gao nodded and said, All right, my Gu skills aren't good enough. The two of you lead people to fight. I'll ask Elder Yu to see if he can help. As long as Elder Yu is willing to help, then we can basically avoid this disaster. Otherwise, even if we fight with brute force, it'll be difficult to turn the situation around, said Little Think Tank. All right, then we'll have to trouble Brother Think Tank. He Gao and Kuan Siyuan's eyes suddenly brightened. With Elder Yu's help, they indeed had a high chance of winning. As long as they could ask Elder Yu to help, then they would be able to overcome this difficulty. After that, they believed that Lan Miao village wouldn't be able to attack again in a short period of time. Therefore, the three of them could continue to be the three elders of Right Miao village without any worries. Sigh. Little Think Tank sighed and walked towards the place where Elder Yu was in seclusion. Kuan Siyuan and He Gao quickly gathered their trusted subordinates and prepared to fight to the death with Lan Miao village. At the entrance of Right Miao village, Grandma Lan looked at the people of Right Miao village who were in a mess and frowned. Even the guards who blew the horn to warn them had run away. The chaos in Right Meow Village had reached a certain level. Could it be that I overestimated this, Right Meow Village? Aren't the people here too cowardly? Grandma Lon was speechless when she saw the situation in front of her. Yeah, why do I feel like we have more people? Elders didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, they had been standing here for so long. Why hadn't Elder Yu come out yet? Could it be that the Right Meow Village had been too comfortable these days and had forgotten about the danger? Yang Ming, can you see Elder Yu's situation? Grandma Lon turned her head and asked Yang Ming. Grandma Lon already knew about Yang Ming's special ability. Of course, only a few important people in Lan Miao Village knew about it. The others still didn't know. Let me see. Yang Ming nodded and began to search in Right Meow Village. In fact, when he was in Lan Miao Village previously, Yang Ming could use his X-ray vision and telescopic vision to check the situation in Right Meow Village at any time. However, because the distance was too far, Yang Ming spent a lot of energy searching. Secondly, he was finally able to relax and rest in Lan Miao Village with Lan Ling and the others for a few days. He didn't want to waste his energy doing other things. Moreover, there were spies from Lan Miao Village in Right Meow Village. It would be a waste not to use them. Yang Ming was happy to be at ease. However, when they really came, then Yang Ming couldn't relax. At this time, the situation was very strange. Yang Ming naturally had to find where Elder Yu was. Although Yang Ming also felt in his heart that Elder Yu was actually not enough to be a threat, he still felt confident after looking at him. However, just as Yang Ming was looking for Elder Yu, there was a sudden shout not far away. Could it be that Elder Yu is here? Yang Ming immediately looked in the direction of the sound, but he saw two unfamiliar people. They seemed to be Elder Yu's subordinates. They were leading a group of people to the entrance of Right Meow Village. The two subordinates of Elder Yu are leading a group of people. There are about 100 people. Yang Ming said to Grandma Lon, "They are finally here." Grandma Lon nodded. However, since it wasn't Elder Yu leading, Grandma Lon wasn't worried at all. Chapter 22-27. Yeah, they're finally here. I thought that no one in the Right Meow Village would resist. Elders nodded and said, "Get ready." Although Elder Yu is not taking the lead, We should not underestimate the enemy, Grandma Lon said. Remember, there is no harm in being careful. Elder Yu's loss this time was due to his carelessness, so let's not make the same mistake. Yes, Elder Zhua and the others nodded quickly. Not long after, they saw He Gao and Kuan Siyuan running over with a group of people. Grandma Lon naturally knew who these two people were. He Gao and Kuan Siyuan, it really is the two of them. It seems that these two people are not reconciled. They just became elders, and we found them. They want to fight with us to the end. Just the two of them? I really don't look down on them. Elders was sighed. Just these two people, I can handle them myself. Madame Lon and Ling Ling are superfluous. Although Madame Lon didn't want Elder Zhua to underestimate the enemy, there was no reason not to because these two people were indeed too weak. It was impossible not to underestimate the enemy. Seeing this situation, Yang Ming decisively stepped aside. Now he didn't need to do anything. Although Yang Ming was not afraid of these people's low-level voodoo, he didn't have the confidence to defeat them. He would leave it to Elder Zhua and Grandma Lon to deal with it. Kuan Siyuan, He Gao, you two small characters actually became elders? It's ridiculous. Elder Zhua looked at the two people in front of him and sneered disdainfully. However, Elder Zhua couldn't be blamed for looking down on them. He Gao and Kuan Siyuan were once the people that Elder Yu took away from the Blue Miao village. At that time, He Gao and Kuan Siyuan were just two small characters. Now, they wanted to become elders of the Miao village. It was really wishful thinking. Elder Zhua, who doesn't know how to boast? You are Elder Zhua, and now I'm also an elder. Everyone is the same. Who is afraid of who? He Gao snorted and said, Oh, not afraid? Then let's try and see who is afraid of who. Elder Zhua smiled slightly and reached out in the air. Although Yang Ming didn't understand it, he knew that Elder Zhua was using some kind of voodoo. This could be seen from the change in He Gao's face. He Gao and Kuan Siyuan were also waiting for the battle. The two of them also made strange gestures in the air as if they wanted to use voodoo to compete with Elder Zhua, just like the competition between Lon Ling and Elder Yu. However, He Gao and Kuan Siyuan obviously weren't Elder Zhua's opponent. In just a few minutes, both of their foreheads were already covered in cold sweat. At this moment, the two of them were truly clear-headed. Previously, when they had just become the elders of the right Miao village, their confidence had been inflated, and they thought that they had already reached the same position as Elder Zhua. However, when they actually brought people over, they realized that having more people was useless. These people were nothing in front of Elder Zhua. It was a little difficult for the two of them to resist Elder Zhua's voodoo technique. Now, they could barely counter Elder Zhua's voodoo technique. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to fight back. Why? Is this all you two can do? You're not even as good as the other small leaders of our Blue Miao village. How dare you come out and embarrass yourself? Elders was said very disdainfully. I haven't even used my trump card yet, and you are already at your limit. You are struggling to hold on. I think it's better to surrender obediently. Don't waste my energy and time. Kuan Siyuan and He Gao snorted coldly, but the two of them didn't surrender immediately. After all, they were very satisfied with their current identity and status. They didn't want to lose it, so they were fantasizing about the possibility of a reversal in their hearts. That was, the little tactician could invite Elder Yu over. As long as Elder Yu came, then everything would be fine. Only Elder Yu could resist Elder Zhua's attack. In fact, the little tactician had no confidence in being able to invite Elder Yu over. Although he was the most loyal, he was also the one who could see the situation clearly. The current situation was obviously one-sided. There was nothing that could stop Blue Miao Village's footsteps, not even Elder Yu. At this moment, Elder Yu was almost no different from a cripple. Perhaps, he only remembered that Yang Ming was his enemy. He wanted to take revenge on Yang Ming. As for other things, they had nothing to do with him. He had already given up on Right Miao Village, identity, and status. The little tactician was very clear about this. Therefore, the little tactician didn't quite agree with Kuan Siyuan and He Gao's decision. However, since the two of them insisted, the little tactician couldn't do anything about it. Until now, the little tactician couldn't change anything. He could only sigh. Right Meow Village's momentum was gone. The little tactician stood at the place where Elder Yu was in seclusion. He knocked on the door and said, "Elder Yu, are you there? Who is it? Who are you? What are you doing?" Elder Yu's memory was deteriorating, but he didn't let his guard down. The only thing he forced himself to remember every day was that Yang Ming was his enemy. He had to take revenge on Yang Ming. He had to take revenge on Yang Ming. Even if he died, he had to drag someone down with him. He couldn't let Yang Ming have an easy time. "Elder Yu, it's me, the little tactician." The little tactician pushed the door and walked in with a bitter smile. "Little tactician? Who's the little tactician? Where's Yang Ming? Did Yang Ming come?" Elder Yu knew that his time was running out, so he didn't bother to confirm the identity of the little tactician. He just wanted to know where Yang Ming was. "I'm your subordinate. Yang Ming. Yang Ming is outside the village. He brought people to attack you." The little tactician had no hope for Elder Yu, but when he suddenly heard Elder Yu ask about Yang Ming, the little tactician had an idea. "If I can lead Elder Yu to the entrance of the village, can I use his hand to deal with Yang Ming?" Thinking of this, the little tactician looked at Elder Yu with expectation. Sure enough, Elder Yu nodded without thinking and said, "Let's go. Take me to see Yang Ming. I want to see Yang Ming." "Okay. Elder Yu, this way, please," the little tactician said quickly. Just as the little tactician found Elder Yu, this scene was also seen clearly by Yang Ming, who was far away at the entrance of Meow Village. However, for the situation of Elder Yu, Yang Ming had some doubts. Elder Yu obviously didn't even recognize the little tactician, but he could still remember Yang Ming's name. He even said that he was looking for Yang Ming. This really made Yang Ming feel a little strange. However, although it was strange, Yang Ming still reminded Grandma Lan, Elder Yu, and Lan Ling. "Pay attention." The little tactician brought Elder Yu out. "Everyone must be careful." Chapter 22-28. What? Elder Yu is here? Grandma Lan was slightly stunned. Didn't the quick cicada voodoo take effect? How can Elder Yu come out to fight? I don't know if he can fight, but looking at the situation, Elder Yu does have some problems. He should have lost his memory. Yang Ming said, "Little think tank brought him here, but his situation is a bit strange." Oh, Grandma Lan was about to ask something, but there was a commotion in the Right Meow Village, followed by a burst of cheers. Elder Yu is here. We are saved. The protector of the Right Meow Village is here." "Huh. Elder Yu. This time Elder Yu is here. Let's see what you can do." Kuan Siyuan heard these cheers and knew that little think tank had invited Elder Yu. Originally, he couldn't hold on any longer, but when he heard the news that Elder Yu was coming, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was excited again. His hands quickly changed different gestures, and he resisted Elder Yu's attack like crazy. He could hold on for as long as he could, because as long as Elder Yu came, he would be free. Little Tactician seems to be quite impressive. He actually managed to invite Elder Yu over. Hey Gao also laughed after hearing it. He was also like he had taken a stimulant, quickly resisting Elder Yu's attack. Elder Yu is here. With a violent shout, Elder Yu's figure appeared in front of everyone. Great! Kuan Siyuan and Hey Gao saw Elder Yu's figure and cheered at the same time. However, to everyone's surprise, Elder Yu didn't seem to come to help Hey Gao and Kuan Siyuan deal with Elder Yu. He seemed to turn a blind eye to the current battle, but he shouted, "Where is Yang Ming? Where is Yang Ming?" Elder Yu, Yang Ming is there. An underling next to Hey Gao pointed to Yang Ming not far away and said, "It's that person. The person in the gray plaid shirt is Yang Ming." Haha, very good. Yang Ming, here I come. Elder Yu laughed and rushed toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming, be careful. Grandma Lan and Lan Ling were shocked by this sudden change. They quickly warned Yang Ming. However, the two of them also knew that Elder Yu was very dangerous. They just blocked in front of Yang Ming with warning, but they did not dare to take the initiative to deal with Elder Yu. After all, Elder Yu's modified Jin Gang Gu was not a joke. It was very powerful. Grandma Lan, Ling Ling, you guys get out of the way. Elder Yu is looking for me. Yang Ming knew that Elder Yu was very dangerous, but at this time, he had to face him head-on. Not to mention that Elder Yu was looking for Yang Ming. Even if he was not, Yang Ming could not let Grandma Lan and Lan Ling rush up because they were not Elder Yu's opponent at this time. Yang Ming could only use his own Jin Gang Gu to fight with Elder Yu's Jin Gang Gu. Although he was not Elder Yu's opponent, he was at least a little stronger than others. However, what made Yang Ming very puzzled was how Elder Yu remembered him. Yang Ming? It seemed that Elder Yu did not remember anything at the moment. He did not even remember what Yang Ming looked like and needed others to identify him. However, he did not forget the name Yang Ming, which made Yang Ming feel very puzzled. Yang Ming, you have to be careful. Lan Ling and Grandma Lan hesitated, but they still moved aside. The only uncertain factor of the right Miao village was Elder Yu. Grandma Lan and Lan Ling did not have the confidence to compete with him. This was also the reason why the Blue Miao village had been unable to do anything to the right Miao village. Now, Elder Yu suddenly appeared. Although he seemed to have lost his memory and was crazy, he did not forget Yang Ming. This was not a good sign. Don't worry. Yang Ming nodded and said, I will be careful. In fact, when Yang Ming said this, he was a little uncertain. Careful. Is it useful in front of a dangerous person like Elder Yu? To be honest, facing Elder Yu, Yang Ming did not have any confidence to win. Even Lin Dongfang's Vigor Gu was not his opponent. How could Yang Ming deal with Elder Yu? Therefore, Yang Ming must first inquire about Elder Yu's actual situation. Elder Yu, are you looking for me? What's the matter? As Yang Ming spoke, he stared at Elder Yu and used his special ability. He wanted to hear Elder Yu's inner thoughts. But what made Yang Ming regret was that Elder Yu did not seem to be nervous at the moment. Yang Ming did not hear anything. Haha, there is, of course there is. Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming and nodded. Yang Ming, what happened to me yesterday is your tomorrow. Everything that happened to me was caused by you. I want revenge. What do you mean? Yang Ming frowned. He did not understand what Elder Yu meant. Ha, nothing. You will understand soon. As Elder Yu said this, he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a very strange gesture in front of Yang Ming. Then he shouted, Go. With his shout, Elder Yu opened his mouth and spouted a black mist from his mouth. Yang Ming, be careful. Grandma Lan saw Elder Yu make that strange gesture, and her heart suddenly tightened. She suddenly shouted at Yang Ming. Yang Ming was already very puzzled after seeing Elder Yu make this strange gesture, especially when he saw Elder Yu spit out the black mist from his mouth. He was even more puzzled and surprised. Then Yang Ming also heard Grandma Lan shout, so Yang Ming subconsciously dodged. However, although Yang Ming dodged quickly, Elder Yu's black mist seemed to have eyes. No matter where Yang Ming dodged, the black mist followed him. Too late. Elder Yu watched proudly as the black mist quickly poured into Yang Ming's body and laughed. Ha ha ha. Yang Ming only felt his breathing stagnate, as if something had poured into his body. It was very uncomfortable. What shocked Yang Ming the most was that he did not dodge this black mist. Yang Ming thought that his speed was already very fast. As the apprentice of the king of assassins, Feng Tian, and learning Wang Xiaoyan's butterfly micro-steps, Yang Ming's movement technique could be said to be very fast, but he still did not dodge. This showed that Elder Yu's black mist had a tracking function. Yang Ming could not avoid it no matter how hard he tried. What did you do to my body? Yang Ming's face changed and asked with a frown. What did I do? Haha, I will explain it to you. Elder Yu said this, but he paused and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Chapter 22-29. For Elder Yu's action, Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Why did this guy stop talking halfway? However, seeing Elder Yu take out a piece of paper and flip through it, Yang Ming instantly understood why this guy still remembered his name after losing his memory. Because Yang Ming had already seen it through his X-ray vision. On the paper, it was written, great enemy Yang Ming. Below were some methods to deal with Yang Ming and an explanation of why Yang Ming was his enemy. Although Yang Ming was a little speechless about Elder Yu's approach, he had to admire Elder Yu's talent. He actually used this method to record his hatred. Otherwise, he would not remember anything in a short time. But with this piece of paper to help Elder Yu, it could let Elder Yu always remember that he had an enemy called Yang Ming. After Elder Yu looked at this piece of paper a few times, he said, "Yang Ming, you tried every means to trick me, to destroy me, to get rid of me, but you didn't expect it, right? I used this method to remember you. Don't think that just because you instigated Dong Jun to use the quick cicada voodoo to deal with me and turn me into an idiot, I can't do anything to you. You didn't expect me to have such a move, right? How about it? Yang Ming, I force myself to remember one thing every day. That is, you are my great enemy. My failure is all because of you. I don't care about others, so I must take revenge on you. And now I did it. Yang Ming, you don't know what the black fog that I just made is, right? You don't know what the consequences will be when they enter your body, right? What consequences? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Because Elder Yu spoke, Yang Ming could only shift his attention to Elder Yu again. He did not dare to continue reading the things on the paper. He was afraid that Elder Yu would play some tricks again. Therefore, Yang Ming really did not know what the black fog was and what the consequences would be. Let me tell you, that black fog was actually a modified version of the Jin Gang goo poison that I forced out of my body. Elder Yu laughed and said, the modified version of Jin Gang Voodoo's voodoo poison does not exist in the form of voodoo worms. I used a secret method to force a part of it out and integrated it into your body. But don't worry, although it's only a portion, once it enters your body, it will rapidly multiply and grow. Soon, you will be like me, becoming the owner of the incomplete Jin Gang goo. Moreover, you have no antidote. Incomplete Jin Gang goo. You forced a part of it out and infected me? Yang Ming understood Elder Yu's meaning, but he didn't understand what he meant. What kind of revenge was this? Yes. Yang Ming, your memory can't be that bad, right? Do you remember what I said just now? What happened to me yesterday is your tomorrow. Elder Yu sneered. You have an incomplete Jin Gang goo in your body this time. In the future, you have to sacrifice with the blood of the dead regularly, otherwise you will definitely die. You have also become an evil villain. Today, you want to get rid of me. Tomorrow, someone will want to get rid of you because of this. Yang Ming, accept this fact. Although you can usually use animal blood as a substitute, every once in a while, you must sacrifice with human blood. Otherwise, you will be bitten by the voodoo poison and die. Is this your so-called revenge? Yang Ming frowned, looked at Elder Yu, and asked, Of course, how is it? Yang Ming, isn't my trick of diverting trouble very powerful? In the future, you will become a thorn in the side of others, said Elder Yu. Oh, but why did I hear you say that as long as you use the complete version of Jin Gang goo and fuse it with the incomplete version of Jin Gang goo, you can retain the powerful ability of the incomplete Jin Gang goo, and you can be like the complete version of Jin Gang goo without sacrificing with blood? To be honest, Yang Ming was really speechless after understanding Elder Yu's revenge plan. People with amnesia are really bad. Really? So what? Elder Yu's face changed slightly. He faintly felt that he seemed to have overlooked something, but his mind was empty, and he couldn't remember anything. In this case, you won't forget the purpose of you capturing me, right? Asked Yang Ming. The purpose of capturing you? Elder Yu frowned and quickly took out a few pieces of paper from his body and flipped through them. When he finished reading, his face suddenly became even more ugly. He seemed to have found something wrong. I asked you to refine the Jin Gang goo for me. Yes, I succeeded in refining it, and I ate it myself. Thank you so much. Thank you. What? Elder Yu finally understood what he had overlooked. In an instant, he felt a rush of blood to his brain. At this moment, he seemed to remember everything. He remembered the reason why he captured Yang Ming. Yang Ming refined the Jin Gang goo, but secretly consumed it. He was poisoned by Dong Jun with the quick cicada goo. In a state of amnesia, he wrote down the name of his enemy, Yang Ming. In a state of amnesia, he found a good way to deal with Yang Ming that he thought was perfect. However, this method helped Yang Ming. Not only did it not harm Yang Ming, but it also made Yang Ming stronger. Thinking of this, Elder Yu's heart surged with a burst of grievance, and a burst of anger rushed up. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground with blood and white foam in his mouth. His eyes rolled back and twitched. The few pieces of paper in his hand were also thrown to the ground, and they were blown away by the wind. This unforeseen event made everyone in Right Meow Village dumbfounded. Elder Yu had fallen. Their spiritual pillar had fallen. The strongest existence in Right Meow Village had fallen. No one could help them, and no one could be Blue Meow Village's opponent anymore. As for He Gao and Kuan Siyuan, they did not expect things to develop like this at the last step. They were quite happy when they saw Elder Yu come out to deal with Yang Ming. If they could restrain Yang Ming and capture Yang Ming as a prisoner, they could also make Blue Meow Village hesitate. By then, they could negotiate with Blue Meow Village and get some benefits. But now, with Elder Yu falling to the ground, everything had turned into a bubble. Their hope collapsed at this moment. He Gao and Kuan Siyuan even forgot to resist Elder Yu's attack. They stood on the spot in a daze, unable to speak. Chapter 22:30. Grandma Lan, Lan Ling, Elder Zhua, and all the people of Lan Miao Village witnessed the whole process of the confrontation between Elder Yu and Yang Ming. They also understood the conversation between them. Everyone had a weird expression on their faces. This Elder Yu was really killed by his forgetfulness. This final trump card was probably thought of when he was forgetful. It was full of loopholes, but he didn't know it himself. As a result, once he used it, not only did it not deal with Yang Ming, but it also gave Yang Ming a huge advantage. Therefore, after he knew the truth, he directly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Fainting, of course, if Yang Ming didn't take the complete version of Jin Ganggu, then one had to admit that Elder Yu's plan was really good. As long as Yang Ming didn't want to die, he had to regularly sacrifice human blood to his goo poison. In that case, Yang Ming would also become a dangerous person and be eliminated by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Yang Ming couldn't be allowed to harm others. Elder Yu's move could be said to be sinister and vicious. It put Yang Ming in a place of no return. However, he didn't consider Yang Ming's special situation. Not only was Yang Ming not threatened by his incomplete Jin Ganggu, but because of this incomplete Jin Ganggu, Yang Ming achieved an unbreakable body of Jin Gang. In fact, the current Yang Ming was countless times stronger than those Golden Bell Shield Masters. He was completely an invulnerable monster. Even if he was hit by a meteorite, he wouldn't die. Instead, the meteorite would collapse. Although he didn't have a strong attack power, it was easy to rely on the strength of his body to smash rocks and steel. Even if he jumped from a high altitude, he wouldn't fall to his death. He was completely a monster-like person. After Elder Yu's incomplete Jin Ganggu and the Jin Ganggu in Yang Ming's body fused, Yang Ming also deeply felt his strength. No wonder Elder Yu was so difficult to deal with in the past. He couldn't be caught or beaten, because no matter what kind of tool was used to lock him up, he could rely on his own body to smash it and escape. Even if a missile was used to bomb him, it couldn't kill him. In other words, any weapon or tool was ineffective against him. Although he might not be able to do anything to you, you definitely couldn't do anything to him. Even Sun Seekong's high-tech weapons still had no effect on Elder Yu. Even if it was a high-tech laser cannon, it might not be able to cause any damage to Elder Yu. Now, Yang Ming felt this way. This was a sudden surge of confidence in the strength of his own body. It seemed that Elder Yu's confidence in the beginning was reasonable. The current Yang Ming had a strong feeling. Even in the face of Sun Seekong's unknown flying saucers, Yang Ming had the ability to smash them into scrap iron with his body. He didn't know if this strength was due to the fusion of the incomplete Jin Ganggu and the Jin Ganggu, But Yang Ming had no way to know. Probably when Elder Yu woke up again, he would become a person who didn't remember anything. Without the reminders of those papers, Elder Yu would no longer remember Yang Ming and others. The current Elder Yu obviously still had some common sense, logic, and words. He just forgot some people and things, but with the passage of time, these abilities would be forgotten one by one. When he didn't remember anything, he would be no different from an idiot. Looking at the once awe-inspiring Elder Yu, now lying motionless on the ground, Yang Ming was filled with emotion. It had to be said that Elder Yu was a genius. He actually changed the Jin Gang Gu to be so powerful, but such a person was still defeated in the end. This was probably the biggest opponent Yang Ming had encountered in his life, at least so far, the most powerful opponent. To beat him, Yang Ming could only say that it was luck. The right time, the right place, and the right people were indispensable. Of course, after inheriting the ability of Elder Yu, Yang Ming had a feeling of invincibility. Even if he faced Central again, facing Dr. Yang Ming also had the confidence to win. Perhaps, I can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me. With this kind of strength, it should be easier to negotiate with Central and let Dong Jun regain his freedom. However, what made Yang Ming most regretful was that Elder Yu was finished like this. He couldn't force out some of the incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu in his body and get it to Lin Dongfang and Lu Yezi. In that way, these two people would also become invincible. Although Yang Ming also had this incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu in his body, Yang Ming was not Elder Yu. He didn't know Elder Yu's mystic arts, and it was impossible to force out some of the Gu poison in his body to infect others. Therefore, only Yang Ming could have such a super strong body. Are you still fighting? Elders saw that Kuan Siyuan and He Gao even gave up resistance. They just stood there stupidly at a loss. We surrender. Kuan Siyuan and He Gao looked at each other and raised their hands. The situation was hopeless. Even a fool knew that they were no match for Elder Zhua, let alone Madame Lan and Lan Ling who were standing next to him. Little Think Tank also sighed and said, since Elder Yu is already like this, the right Miao village will naturally cease to exist. We are willing to join Blue Miao village. Joining Blue Miao village is not just a matter of words. Moreover, the three of you will no longer be commanders when you go back. You will be prisoners of a lower grade than the ordinary Miao village people. Your freedom of movement will be restricted, but in Blue Miao village, we won't bully you. As long as you complete your daily tasks, you will be the same as the others. Do you have any objections? Elders were asked. As for how to deal with the right Miao village, Blue Miao village had already discussed it in a meeting. As long as they restricted the few leaders, there would not be any problems. The rest of the people were like scattered sand. They were all ordinary people without much strength. It was impossible for them to cause any trouble. All right, He Gao and Kuan Siyuan nodded. In their opinion, it was good enough that they didn't die. So what if they were prisoners? At least they were better than slaves, right? Staying alive was the most important thing. However, Little Think Tank said, I don't have much strength. I don't think I can do hard labor. Are there any clerical jobs? I can come up with ideas or something. Even if you restrict my freedom or lock me up, I really can't do hard labor. Little Think Tank, as for your problem, we will see your performance when we go back. You're the most loyal of Elder Yu. Don't think that we don't know. Grandma Lan snorted and said. Chapter 22:31. All right. The Little Think Tank also knew his situation. It was impossible for him to gain the trust of Blue Miao village immediately, so he nodded and said, although I'm Elder Yu's loyal subordinate, I won't meddle in politics when I'm not in my position. I've done my best for Elder Yu, so I'm not betraying him. After all, it's impossible for him to manage a Miao village in his current state. I only hope that you guys won't kill Elder Yu after I join Miao village. Please give him food to eat. After all, he used to be my master. Hee, I can agree to this request of yours. Grandma Lan nodded and said, let's not talk about your request. Even if you didn't ask for it, Elder Yu is an old acquaintance of mine. He lived with me, Elderswa, the deputy chief, and even my husband, Lon Hai, in Blue Meow Village for so long. We used to be best friends. Even if he took the wrong path and ended up like this, I won't make things difficult for him anymore. Let him stay in Blue Meow Village and enjoy the rest of his life. Thank you. Little Tactician nodded and said gratefully, if that's the case, then I'll be loyal to Blue Meow Village from now on. What happened in the past has come to an end. I don't owe Elder you anything anymore. Hee, we'll talk about it when we get back. Grandma Lon was obviously very happy. The biggest problem that had plagued her for many years had been solved. Without Elder you, the right Meow Village had directly surrendered. These people from Meow Village would follow her back to Blue Meow Village even if she didn't tell them to. After all, without a strong Meow Village to protect them, they would definitely be targeted by other Meow Villages. They would definitely be taken over. By then, those Meow Villages might not be as nice as Blue Meow Village. Therefore, joining Blue Meow Village now was their best choice. They could live a peaceful life in Blue Meow Village, but it would be hard to say if they joined other Meow Villages. Therefore, Elders will only said without Grandma Lon saying much. Those who want to join Blue Meow Village, pack your things and follow us. Therefore, the people from Meow Village packed their things and prepared to follow the people from Blue Meow Village back. There was nothing for Yang Ming and the rest to do here. Grandma Lon left Elders behind to arrange for the new recruits to return to Lon Meow Village with Lon Ling and Yang Ming. Phew, finally it's settled. Yang Ming took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of foul air. After such a long period of hard work, he could finally relax. This momentary feeling of relief made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. Thinking back, the scene when he was just about to leave Songjiang City for Miaojiang was still vivid in his mind. At that time, he was nervous and confused. For Elder Yu, Yang Ming didn't have the slightest confidence, but now, that had become the past. Not only did Yang Ming trample Elder Yu under his feet, but he also inherited Elder Yu's powerful, incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu. It was a blessing in disguise. When Yang Ming described the characteristics of Elder Yu's incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu to Lu Yezi, Lin Dongfang, Lu Qianxi, Feng Tianlong, Dong Jun, and the rest, they were all amazed. I didn't expect that. Boss, you're so powerful now. I feel that even my old man is no match for you. You're simply inhuman, invulnerable. Lu Yezi praised. It's okay. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This is also the result of a strange combination of circumstances. I didn't expect it to be like this. That's great. This time, we're more confident in dealing with Professor Benjamin. Dong Jun said happily. Sigh, but the mission is over. It's time for us to part. Feng Tianlong said sadly. Once this is over, I'll accompany Su Su to travel around the world and spend the last time. This is also because I don't have the ability to save you. Lin Dongfang sighed and said, but I'll keep her searching. If Su Su really can't do it, I suggest you use the method of freezing and seal her body. Maybe in the future, I'll find a way. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Feng Tianlong nodded. I will, but won't there be any problems with freezing? Normal people might, but Su Su probably won't. She has this kind of extreme cold physique. With this kind of physique, in my opinion, not only will she not be damaged by the cold, but she can also retain her last trace of life. This is also the last hope, Lin Dongfang said. I understand. Feng Tianlong nodded and said solemnly. Everyone knew that this was the time to part. After they returned to report, they would have to part ways, so they were a little sad. Yezi, take care of Yi. Lin Dongfang patted Lu Yezi's shoulder and said, Godfather, we won't leave immediately. At least we have to give birth to the child and leave the child with you. Then we'll leave. Yi said. Actually, I just said it casually. It's better for the child to follow you. Lin Dongfang shook his head and said, I'm an old man. How can I take care of the child? Father-in-law, I said it before. It's better to let the child stay with you. Lu Yezi said, He and I actually want to spend some time together. We haven't had enough yet. He glanced at Lu Yezi and suddenly blushed. However, she still nodded and said, "Yes, Godfather, I don't know how to take care of children. You are the one who brought me up. You are the most experienced." "Ha, if that's the case, then okay. Then you two can spend some time together. When the child grows to 5 or 6 years old, you can take him away." Lin Dongfang nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll wait for the child to be 5 or 6 years old before we take him away." Lu Yezi nodded and said, "Yezi, are you and E going back to your planet?" Yang Ming looked at Lu Yezi and asked with emotion. "Yes, boss, when you have time in the future, you can also take sisters-in-law to our planet to play, right?" Lu Yezi nodded and said, "Of course, I'm going, but not now. I still have some things to solve." Yang Ming said, "You go back first. In the future, we will really be separated from each other. It will be difficult to see each other again." "It's not that difficult. I can come here by flying saucer," Lu Yezi said. "Moreover, my child needs your help to take care of. When the time comes, I'll let him recognize you as his godfather." "Come on, isn't your son betrothed to Feng Tianlong and Susu? They are your son's godparents." Yang Ming smiled and looked at Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu and said, Chapter 2232. Then, you can be his master. "Boss, your martial arts are so powerful. You have to take care of your little brother's son," said Lu Yezi. "This can be considered." Yang Ming nodded thoughtfully. He was also considering the issue of accepting an apprentice. He didn't want to be like Feng Tian, who retired at such an old age. After solving Dr. Benjamin's matter this time, he wanted to live in seclusion. "Haha, then it's a deal." Lu Yezi nodded with satisfaction after listening. Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. That's not right. He is my son. How can he be betrothed? It should be their daughter who is betrothed to my son. Ha ha! After everyone heard Lu Yezi's words, they suddenly laughed. However, everyone also knew that this was just a joke because Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu's daughter would be like Xiao Susu and would not live past 20 years old. In this way, wouldn't Lu Yezi's son be in trouble? Moreover, although Lu Yezi's son was temporarily fostered with Lin Dongfang, he would definitely return to his own planet after 5 or 6 years old. At that time, they would never meet again. How could they talk about marriage? Therefore, everyone could only laugh this matter off. At night, Elders will brought all the people from Right Meow Village back to Blue Meow Village. Blue Meow Village uprooted Elderswa and Right Meow Village effortlessly. The problem that had been plaguing them for years was finally resolved at this moment. Grandma Lon naturally informed Lon Hai of the news. It was estimated that Lon Hai would return to Lon Meow Village soon. The right-hand elder also woke up, but this time, the right-hand elder completely lost his memory after waking up. The previous flash of lucidity drained the last will in his body. Originally, the right-hand elder had to wait for some time before gradually losing the ability to live, move, speak, and read. However, after the previous disturbance, the right-hand elder directly lost these abilities and became no different from an idiot. For Elderswa in this situation, Grandma Lon naturally didn't have the intention to kill him. Although Elderswa couldn't be killed, he would still starve to death if he was locked in the house and not given food or water. Although his body was extremely strong, with Elder Yu's current intelligence, it was impossible for him to think of using his own body to break through the house and escape. Therefore, if no one gave Elder Yu something to eat at this moment, he would forget to eat and starve to death. Yang Ming glanced at Elder Yu, who was sitting on the bed with a dull gaze and only knew how to giggle when he saw people. Elder Yu had the IQ of a newborn baby, and he couldn't help but sigh. He secretly lamented that the affairs of the world were fickle. He was once a peak existence, but now he had fallen to such a state. However, let him enjoy the rest of his life in Blue Meow Village, which was also his former residence. At the very least, Elder Yu is now carefree. He would no longer have to worry about scheming against others. However, a strange thing also happened. Shortly after Elder Yu woke up, Elder Yu's body began to twitch. Finally, he fainted while foaming at the mouth. As a result, Yang Ming and the others who had just left had no choice but to return. Elders, what's wrong with Elder Yu? Why did he faint while foaming at the mouth? Grandma Lan looked at Elder Yu, who had fainted on the bed and was unconscious, and asked curiously. Elders was also very puzzled. What happened to Elder Yu? When they arrived at Blue Meow Village, no one would do anything to Elder Yu because he was no longer a threat. However, he just fainted first. Therefore, Elders would quickly reached out to check on Elder Yu's breathing and physical condition, but he couldn't find out anything. This made Elders even more puzzled. It seems that Elder Yu is poisoned. Otherwise, why did he suddenly faint? However, he has only been in Blue Meow Village for a few hours. There shouldn't be a chance for him to be poisoned. Why did this happen so suddenly? Yeah, Grandma Lan also frowned. Elders, what do you think of this? Is he really poisoned? Elder Yu hasn't eaten anything since he came to Blue Meow Village. Our Blue Meow Village definitely doesn't have the possibility of poisoning him to death. Therefore, Madame Lan, if you say that he is poisoned, I don't think it's scientific. Elders couldn't figure it out either. Grandma Lan, Brother Lin is a medical expert. Why don't we invite him to diagnose Elder Yu and see if he can see anything? Yang Ming suggested. All right, then let's invite Lin Dongfang. Grandma Lan nodded. Soon, Lin Dongfang came to Elder Yu's room. A doctor had a benevolent heart. Lin Dongfang did not ignore Elder Yu because he was his former enemy. Instead, he examined Elder Yu very seriously. However, Elder Yu's current situation made Lin Dongfang very puzzled because he couldn't find out what was going on with Elder Yu. Elder Yu's pulse is very strange. It seems like he is poisoned, but it doesn't seem to be. According to my experience, it is more like he is not acclimatized. There is nothing wrong with Elder Yu's body at this moment. It probably won't affect his life for the time being. As Lin Dongfang spoke, his hand moved away from Elder Yu's wrist. This is strange. Why is he not acclimatized? This is Elder Yu's former residence. Why is he not acclimatized? Grandma Lan listened to Lin Dongfang's diagnosis, and her expression became extremely strange. It could be said that this result made her feel incredulous. However, this was what miracle Dr. Lin Dongfang said, so Grandma Lan couldn't help but believe it. During this period of time, Grandma Lan also knew how powerful Lin Dongfang was, so she also believed what he said. I don't know about this. Lin Dongfang shook his head. After all, I only made a judgment based on Elder Yu's actual situation. I can't say for sure. All right. Grandma Lan smiled bitterly. Since there is no danger to his life, then let's not worry about it for the time being. We should also have dinner. Just as everyone was talking, suddenly a small leader of Lan Miao village ran over and said, Madame Lan, reporting to Madame Lan. The village master is back. What? Lan Hai is back? Grandma Lan was suddenly overjoyed and quickly said, Okay, let's welcome him together. Ling Ling, Yang Ming, your grandfather is back. What, Grandpa Ma is back? Yang Ming was suddenly overjoyed. He hadn't seen Grandpa Ma for a long time. For Yang Ming to address Lan Hai as Grandpa Ma, Grandma Lan and Lan Ling were somewhat helpless. After all, Ma Xiaoyao was just Lan Hai's alias. However, when Lan Hai used this alias, he knew Yang Ming. Chapter 22:33. Moreover, not only did they know each other, but they also had a very good relationship. Therefore, Yang Ming's address of Grandpa Ma was deeply ingrained. When Lan Hai returned, the entire Lan Miao village immediately rejoiced. He was the core figure of Lan Miao village. Although Lan Hai was not around, and Lan Miao village was managed by Grandma Lan, everyone had never missed Lan Hai less. Especially Elder Zhua, the deputy chief, and the others. They missed him even more. Although the two of them had no objections to Grandma Lan taking charge of the overall situation in Lan Miao village, they still had doubts about some of Grandma Lan's orders. For example, they objected to Lan Ling helping Yang Ming. If Lan Hai was here, they would have unconditionally obeyed. This was the authority of the village leader. Grandpa, seeing Lan Hai, Lan Ling was very excited and moved. She quickly ran over and threw herself into Lan Hai's arms. Haha, Ling Ling, I haven't seen you for a while. You've grown up again. Are you going to make Grandpa a great-grandpa soon? Lan Hai laughed and teased. Grandpa. Although Lan Ling was bold in front of Yang Ming, she was much more bashful in front of her grandpa. She lowered her head shyly. Haha, Ling Ling, you're shy. Lan Hai laughed. Grandpa Ma, I'm so happy to see you again. Yang Ming walked over with a smile and greeted Lan Hai. Not bad, Yang Ming. I heard that you're the one who made the first contribution in dealing with Elder Yu. I'm very happy. Lan Hai looked at Yang Ming and said, Kid, you and I have known each other for so many years. I'm very happy to see you grow up step by step. Grandpa Ma, I didn't expect the guard to be Ling Ling's grandfather. He's also the village leader of Lan Yao Village. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, However, why are you hiding outside? Why don't you return to Lan Yao Village? This was a question that Yang Ming had always wanted to ask. Although he knew that Elder Yu wanted to kill Lan Hai, Elder Yu didn't even have the confidence to attack Lan Yao Village. Why would Lan Hai hide outside? It's not that I don't want to come back, but I can't. Lan Hai smiled wryly and said, If I could come back, I would have already returned to Lan Yao Village. As long as I'm in Lan Yao Village, Elder Yu won't dare to kill us, even if he has 10,000 guts. Oh, what's going on? Yang Ming was momentarily stunned. However, it was normal for Yang Ming to be stunned. On the other side, Lan Ling, Grandma Lan, Elder Zhua, and the deputy chief were all stunned. They looked at Lan Hai in confusion. Ha, this is actually a secret, but Elder Yu has lost now. This secret can be made public. Lan Hai said, Actually, in Blue Meow Village, there's a very powerful inheritance energy. This inheritance energy is the symbol of justice. It has a destructive effect on the traders of Blue Meow Village, especially the evil ones. Elder Yu sacrificed the evil goo poison and violated the taboo of the inherited energy. If he dares to step foot in Blue Meow Village, he'll be bound by the inherited energy and stay here forever. Oh, I was wondering why Elder Yu didn't attack Blue Meow Village. So this is the reason. After Grandma Lan heard Lan Hai's explanation, she suddenly realized why Elder Yu didn't attack Blue Meow Village. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't, or rather, he didn't dare. Then, what does this have to do with you? Yang Ming asked curiously. If that's the case, then you don't have to hide. As long as you return to Blue Meow Village, won't you be able to rest easy? Even so, I can't come back. Lan Hai smiled bitterly and said, My body is actually closely related to the mysterious power of the inheritance. Every master of Lan Yao Village will receive the inheritance in our Lan Yao Village's sacrificial hall before they become master. As a result, a portion of the power of the inheritance will enter my body. When I was in Blue Meow Village, I could mobilize this mysterious energy and use it to easily kill the enemies who invaded Blue Meow Village. But what does this have to do with not being able to come back? Although Yang Ming was surprised by Lan Hai's explanation, he was even more confused. That's what I'm going to say next. Lan Hai said, Once the power of this inheritance enters my body, if I die unexpectedly, this mysterious power will disappear. The mysterious power of Lan Yao Village's ancestral hall will disappear as well until the next village chief appears and receives the inheritance from the ancestral hall again. However, it's not that easy for a leader to receive the inheritance. It's a resonance with the ancestors of Blue Meow Village. Only after the resonance can one receive the inheritance through their own comprehension. Usually, before the previous leader dies, the next leader is groomed and allowed to receive the inheritance through his own comprehension. Once the previous leader dies, the next leader will receive the inheritance easily after a long period of comprehension and resonance with the previous leader. However, there will be a period of blank time. If Elder Yu takes advantage of this time to invade Blue Meow Village, then no one will be able to defeat him. I see. After Yang Ming heard Lan Hai's words, he suddenly understood why Lan Hai was hiding everywhere. There was no other reason. It didn't matter if he died, but as long as he died, Blue Meow Village would be finished. It seems that Yang Ming also understands. If I appeared near Miaojiang and was seen by Elder Yu's informants, Elder Yu would never let me return to Blue Meow Village safely. He would definitely kill me at all costs. At that time, Blue Meow Village would be in real danger. Lan Hai said, and I'm not Elder Yu's opponent. So, in order not to let Blue Meow Village get hurt, I hid directly. If I don't die, Elder Yu wouldn't be able to do anything to Blue Meow Village. Then, why didn't you tell us in advance? You made us guard against Elder Yu's invasion every day. We were thinking of ways to kill Elder Yu. Lan Ling asked with some doubts. If I told you the truth, would you still have a sense of crisis? Without a sense of crisis, how would you go all out to find a way to deal with Elder Yu? Lan Hai shook his head and said, the reason why I didn't tell you was because I didn't want you to worry. Although it was dangerous outside, your grandmother had already mentally prepared for the possibility of me sacrificing myself. So if I died, she would only avenge me. She wouldn't worry about anything. Chapter 2234. However, if you knew the truth, my death would be closely related to Lan Miao Village. Although Lan Miao Village would be safe for the time being, you would have to worry about me every day. You're afraid that Elder Yu would find me. Once I die, Lan Miao Village would be in danger. Lan Hai continued, so, in the end, I didn't tell you these secrets. It seems that I was right not to tell you. That's right. Grandma Lan nodded and said, if you told us in advance, we would be distracted and worried about your safety. Moreover, after knowing that you are hiding in a safe place, we wouldn't be working day and night to find a way to deal with Elder Yu. However, in the end, it is Yang Ming and Ling Ling who made a great contribution. We didn't do anything. Elders was smiled bitterly and said, it's really like the new generation excels the old. Each generation is stronger than the previous. Right? Elder Yu was caught and brought to our Miao village. Not long after, he fainted and his pulse was chaotic. Mr. Lin said that it was because he was not acclimatized to the environment. Is it because of the mysterious power of the ancestral hall that made him faint? Grandma Lan suddenly remembered Elder Yu's matter, so she asked, yes, that should be the case. Lan Hai nodded and said, there is evil voodoo in Elder Yu's body, the incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo. So when he came here, he was punished by the mysterious power, so he fainted. It seems that I was lucky. The incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo in my body was merged with the complete version of Jin Gang voodoo and became the super powerful Jin Gang voodoo. Yang Ming said, otherwise, I am afraid that I will also be punished by the mysterious power of the ancestral hall. Otherwise, although you have the evil voodoo in your body, you haven't sacrificed the voodoo in your body with the blood of the people who just died, so you haven't been contaminated with the evil aura, so you won't be affected by the mysterious power. Lan Hai waved his hand and said, fortunately, you have the complete version of Jin Gang voodoo in your body. Otherwise, where can you find the blood of the people who just died to sacrifice it? Maybe you will embark on the path of crime. At that time, you will also become the public enemy of everyone. Yeah, this Elder Yu is bad enough. Yang Ming nodded and said, Elder Yu is in a coma. Will he wake up in the future? He won't. Lan Hai shook his head and said, he has already been punished by the mysterious power. As long as he is in Lan Village, he will not wake up. To wake up. Really? So that's how it is. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Grandpa's son to forcibly bring him to Lan Miao Village with a flying saucer and put him here. He would have fainted immediately and saved us a lot of trouble. Lu Yezi said regretfully after hearing Lan Hai's words. Damn! Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If you don't want the UFO to be destroyed by him, you should go and catch him. If I hit that flying saucer now, it will definitely be destroyed. If you don't want to go back to your planet, you can give it a try. Fortunately, I didn't test it. Otherwise, it would really be over. Lu Yezi couldn't understand Yang Ming's current strength, but Yang Ming himself could deeply understand how powerful Elder Yu was. But Elder Yu is here. It is good that he is in a vegetative state. If he recovers, he won't stir up trouble again. Yang Ming said, let's keep him in a vegetative state first. Yeah, after all, he was also my right-hand man. After so many years, I have feelings for him. When I recall the days when I was young, it is still vivid in my mind, as if it was just yesterday. Lan Hai also sighed. I didn't expect him to end up like this, right, Grandpa Ma? I suddenly thought of a very important question. Elder Yu, in Lan Miao village, won't have the blood of the people who just died for him to sacrifice. Can he still live? Yang Ming thought of his own situation and Elder Yu's situation, so he asked. Of course not. Didn't I say before? In Lan Miao village, he is punished by the mysterious power of the sacrificial hall. He will always be in a comatose state here, just like a vegetative state. Naturally, there is no need for any blood sacrifice. Lan Hai said, but if he wakes up in other places and there is no blood sacrifice to the voodoo in his body, then he will die. So that's the case. Yang Ming nodded and said, it seems that this is the best home for Elder Yu. You can say so. Lan Hai also nodded. In the evening, after everyone had a sumptuous dinner together, Yang Ming and the others also said goodbye. Everyone was ready to return to the Medicine Valley again. After saying goodbye to Sun Seacombe, they went back to submit the mission. The matter of Elder Yu had finally come to an end. After the end of this mission, Yang Ming, as the captain of the entire team, dialed Xia Bingbao's phone. Brother Xia, it's me. After Yang Ming picked up the phone, he said directly, the mission has been completed. Elder Yu is finished. Oh, Yang Ming, you have succeeded? When Xia Bingbao heard Yang Ming's report, he was surprised and happy. That's great. Is your entire team safe? Is there one less? That's right. Not one less, but there may be one more. Yang Ming was in a good mood, so he made a joke. One more? You have captured Elder Yu alive? You want to bring him back? Xia Bingbao was stunned. It's Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. They have the fruit of their love. Yang Ming said with a smile. These two guys have gotten married in the Medicine Valley. When he called Xia Bingbao last time, he didn't say it because of the urgency of time. Naturally, it was impossible to talk about the romance between Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. Now he was free. Yang Ming naturally didn't mind teasing. The two of them. They're already together? They even have a child? Xia Bingbao said in surprise. Yeah, the two of them even have a child. Yang Ming said with a smile. That's why there's one more. As for Yi, she was not part of the operation team this time. So Yi's pregnancy had nothing to do with one more person returning. When a mission was handed in, it was still Yang Ming's team. Yi would not be with them. They got married in the Medicine Valley. What about you? Xia Bingbao suddenly asked mischievously. Yang Ming, did anything happen between you and Xia Shui? When Yang Ming said this, he was a little embarrassed. Brother Xia, it seems that I have to call you brother-in-law in the future. Haha, I knew it. The two of you must have gotten together. How is it? Why didn't one of you come back? Xia Bingbao also said jokingly. Chapter 2235. We don't. Our situation is different from Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. They both. Yang Ming said and sighed. I know about their situation. Feng Tianlong told me a long time ago. If this mission is successfully completed, he wants to take a long leave and accompany Xiao Susu to travel around the world. Xia Bingbao said, so, when they come back this time, I will allow them to leave? Well, I can only bless them silently. Yang Ming said, we won't bring Elder Yu back. He has become a vegetable. Let's leave him in Lan Miao village. It can be considered as letting him return to his roots here. Vegetable? By the way, Yang Ming, why don't you tell me how you dealt with Elder Yu? Xia Bingbao asked curiously. Until now, I still don't know how you did it. Things are like this. At the moment, Yang Ming did not hide and told Xia Bingbao the whole process of dealing with Elder Yu. Xia Bingbao listened to Yang Ming's narration and couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect that Yang Ming and the others' mission would be so difficult and tortuous. In the end, he didn't expect that it would end in such a dramatic scene. LDU was actually poisoned with the quick cicada voodoo with the help of senior brother Yang Ming and lost his memory. However, he still remembered that Yang Ming was his enemy. The last scene was even more thrilling. If Yang Ming made a mistake, he might become the same public enemy as Elder Yu. Yang Ming, this mission is really difficult for you. Xia Bingbao smiled bitterly. You are all powerful warriors. Hee, brother Xia, you don't have to praise me. After I go back, I also want to retire. This is what you promised me. Unless there is something that can't be solved, I won't do it again. Yang Ming said, at that time, I am ready to live in seclusion on Island X and enjoy a happy life. This is what I promised you. Naturally, there is no problem. Xia Bingbao said, not only you and Feng Tianlong, but also Lu Yezi. I know that he must leave. Your mission this time will be the last time you see him. You know about Lu Yezi too? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Of course I know, but I kept his secret for him before. But now I just tested you. It seems that you know it too. Xia Bingbao nodded and said, he will definitely leave. So all of you cherish these last days. I understand. Don't worry, brother Xia. Yang Ming said, we'll return to the Medicine Valley tomorrow to settle some matters. We'll be back the day after tomorrow. We'll keep in touch then. Okay, I will contact you then. Xia Bingbao said, have a safe journey. Okay. Yang Ming hung up the phone, and after a night of revelry, everyone went to rest one after another. Tonight's night was destined to be quiet and warm. Everything was over. Yang Ming had never slept so soundly before. Of course, Dong Jun was not idle. Now that Yang Ming's matter was over, he could go all out to deal with Central and Dr. Benjamin with him. He hoped that Dr. Benjamin could see Yang Ming's tyrannical strength and take the initiative to compromise. Early the next morning, Yang Ming took the members of the team, including Lin Dongfang, Lu Qianqi, Yi, and Chun Xiaojing, to the Medicine Valley. Dong Jun couldn't go back with Yang Ming. He had to rush back to Songjiang City first. After all, Elder Yu was suddenly eliminated. If Dong Jun still acted with Yang Ming and Dr. Benjamin found out, he would definitely be suspicious. So Dong Jun could only go first. Moreover, Yang Ming and the others had to go to the Yinjing Supernatural Investigation Bureau to hand in the mission to Xia Bingbao. Naturally, it was impossible to go with him. So, Dong Jun also left Lan Miao village early in the morning. Yang Ming and the others also arrived at the Medicine Valley. Yang Ming and the others didn't go to the cave first. Instead, they returned to the place where they lived in the Medicine Valley. It was still the same as before, but no one lived here for many days. It was full of a bleak and desolate atmosphere. The electric scooter was still neatly parked in the square, but it was already covered with dust. The tables and chairs in the square also had a sense of dilapidation as no one took care of them for a few days. The doors of the house were all open. Although the things inside didn't change, it also lacked a sense of liveliness. We're back. After living here for so long, it's really emotional to come back here again. Yang Ming saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, but how long have you lived here? We've only lived here for a short time. Lin Dongfang also said emotionally, I didn't expect that we could really leave here one day. Before this, I had always planned to spend my remaining years here. However, Brother Lin, you really can't leave. You still have to live nearby, said Yang Ming. Yeah, when I came to the Medicine Valley to drink spring water these few days, I also flew the helicopter to investigate the other side of the mountain. There's a village there with hundreds of families. I'm going to settle there, said Lin Dongfang. Well, you won't be lonely living with so many villagers. Yang Ming nodded. This was just everyone's former residence. There was nothing to be nostalgic about. Everyone just took a few last glances, then boarded the helicopter again and flew in the direction of the cave. Although the speed of the electric scooter was also very fast, it was not as fast as the speed of the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter flew to the cave where Dr. Sun Sikong was located. Hearing the sound of the helicopter, Dr. Sun Sikong and Mo Cohen also came out of the cave to greet this group of people. Dr. Sun Sikong could sense Yang Ming's glasses and Liu Yezi's jade pendant. So naturally, he could determine that the people in the helicopter were them, so he didn't hide. The helicopter slowly landed. Sure enough, Yang Ming and the others walked down from the helicopter. Grandpa Sun. Yang Ming smiled and greeted Dr. Sun Sikong. His heart was full of gratitude. If he didn't meet Sun Sikong by chance and let Yang Ming and Lan Hai talk on the phone, then Yang Ming and others would probably still be trapped in a misunderstanding. Every day, they would study how to break Elder Yu's incomplete version of Jin Gang Voodoo instead of using other methods to kill Elder Yu. Haha, Yang Ming, congratulations, you have successfully defeated Elder Yu, said Sun Sikong. Oh, Grandpa Sun, you already know? Yang Ming was slightly surprised after listening to Sun Sikong's words. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.